Hello? Hello? I apologize for the cut. The power went out, at the end. It went out as I was streaming. I'm not really sure why. I'm assuming it was because of the weather or something. And the power went back on pretty quickly. Oh, hello, bootleg. It went back on pretty quickly, but, then the internet wasn't working. Yeah, the power went out for a bit, but, then the internet wasn't working for a while. And then I had to, call up tech support for that, and some other shit happened that, needed me to kind of wind down, so I took a little bit longer than usual because of that, but I do still want to go on for a bit because I only streamed for like an hour 45, and there's like, I had to reschedule this stream even, so it's just like, I feel like I want to go on for a bit more at least, but I hope I didn't tank my entire viewership immediately because of this, but yeah. Regardless, I do intend to keep the streams going for this one because, again, it is a low pressure stream. At least it's not like anything that's like a super big deal, but it's like, it did worry me that it just kind of happened so spontaneously like that. But yeah, my first time tuning in. Oh, hello, welcome, snake oil salesman. This is the third, and I call it 3.5. It's like still the third stream, technically, sort of. So it's the third session, I'd say, of like reading the comments for this one, where Lynch, right here, and the VTuber is back on too, so everything's more or less working as it was. Yeah, Molly Common stream part 3, part 2. Imagine the imagine the stream goes out again, and then it's gonna be part 3, part 2, part 2. This shit's gonna look like Homestuck if my luck is bad enough. But yeah. I do want to continue the comments in a bit because that's like 2 hours that were lost because of this. So I do want to. I think I'm kind of in a mode of just like I want to get through these right now. Just I want to catch up as much as I can. I just started reading Homestuck. I haven't read it myself. All I know is that the act structure is goddamn insane. It's not Friday, so no lunch. I guess that's a way of putting it, yeah. But also, I don't want the joke to run dry. The main version of the joke I still like using is this whenever someone mentions ARG stuff, because I'm just like, well, I don't know about that, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna continue where I left off. I don't know what else to say. I do apologize for the cut in the. I mean, it's not like my fault that the fucking stream went out, but it's like, I do apologize for it taking so long because I have not had that happen before on stream. It freaked me the fuck out for a bit. But yeah. I'm just gonna continue where I left off, so y'all can chill for now, but I'm gonna keep up with it, because holy shit. We left off on this comment when I was talking about, what Chris did to Susie. I was like, yeah, no, I agree generally with everything here. And, I agree with the general sentiment with, like, they could have said something like, yeah, or just something really short and simple. I think my comment's coming somewhat soon. Maybe. We'll see. Great video. Do you think that we will manipulate tutorial in chapters 3 to 5 in a similar way to Noelle? I don't know. Honestly, hot take. I kind of hope the future Weird Rats aren't like chapter 2's Weird Rat, where it's like, oh, you have to manipulate your ally and make them kill people. I mean, I think Toriel, yeah, she'll probably stop us from doing anything bad, or I've seen the theory that, like, Toriel will be used to, like, basically kill other Darkeners in an effort to, like, protect Chris, like, taking advantage of her, like, protectiveness. But, like, I don't know, I feel like with the concept of the Weird Rat, there's a lot more, like, surreal ways to go about it. It could be like through some like other exploit other than like just using a really specific attack. Personally, I think it could be a lot more varied in my opinion than just like fucking with the battle system. At least that's what I think, but I don't know. We'll see. But I feel like the Weird Rat's gonna be more surreal than just take your new ally and traumatize them forever. At least that's what I think. I don't know. The Weird Rat's weird. You know, in the name, but like, I think there's a lot of ways it could go. I'm not really sure, but I think we'll just have to see. But I feel like the Weird Rat's got the potential to go a lot of other places than just like doing stuff in the battle system. What a masterfully done dive into my favorite thing. Thank you, and you're welcome. All right. I also have to mention that it seems like the Darkners have a vague idea on what the battle system is, while Ralsei knows way too much. The puzzle guy who talks about TP says that it stands for toilet paper, but Ralsei corrects him and says it stands for tension points. That is true. I think the fact that Ralsei just knows that is really fucking weird. I never even thought about that either. Like, he just knows what that means when like... As far as I know, no one has really mentioned tension points as like a mechanic other than Ralsei. Like, you know, it makes sense because like he's the tutorial guy, but it's also just like, what? Like, why does he know like the specific name and like and everything? Again, it's just like the fact he knows about the UI and just like generally how things look on the player's end. Like, again, like it's definitely worth noting. And I think the fact that the puzzle guy didn't know but Ralsei knew is like just evidence that like Ralsei does know more than your average Darkener for sure. I think that's meant to kind of cement that in a way, which is like, you know, I think that's definitely really important info, actually, now that I think about it. I never even thought about how, like, kind of vital that might be. Now, hang on. Getting a bit of, I'll mute for a little bit real quick to drink some water and stuff, so... Alright. Mic check. I was just drinking water and responding to the message. Okay, we got a bit of a longer one here, so Alright, from Nexterly. I have very little to say, thanks for making this video. It's nice to get some more interesting overviews to sustain the mental collapse that is deltarune. Although, actually, I do have a little bit to say, maybe. When it comes to Chris, I'm utterly fascinated to see where their character goes. I always thought the reason they couldn't play piano in the hospital was because we, the player, couldn't. But your reading is a bit more interesting. Oh, I thought the stream was done. Wow. No, I mean, I had to take a little bit because, you know, the power and other shit had me kind of fucked up. I had to like wind down for a little bit, but I'm still going for a good bit though. Alright, but yeah. Chris has always been characterized as someone who just inherently doesn't fit in. They're a different species, and their dislike of all topics regarding humanity is a theme I hope is explored more. Now, something that may or may not be touched on is Chris's origin. Why did Toriel adopt a human? It could be just as simple as, I want another kid, but I refuse to get pregnant again, but it just feels off. And in regards to Susie, isn't it interesting how little is going on with her? Every character seems to have some hidden layer or connection to something, but Susie almost feels disconnected from the wider lore at large, and only through her involvement with Chris does she become important. Which is impressive considering she can resist the heart's control. Yeah, Yeah, okay. I'm following still. Which is obvious. She repeatedly ignores commands the Ferris wheel and can even act against us, learning how to act and forcing rlly too as well. Also, your power, the track that plays whenever you see a dark mountain, is composed of exclusively electric guitar, which is an instrument heavily associated with Susie. And what do you know, in the Weird Hour, when you seal the fountain, your power doesn't play. I hadn't made that connection, actually, yeah. When you seal the fountain and Susie isn't there, then that doesn't play. Which is, like, you know, pretty much, that is basically, like, you know, like, the Susie instrument, which is like, you know, the electric guitar. I hadn't made that connection. That's really fucking weird. I never thought of it that way either. Man. Okay, okay, this is completely unrelated to everything, but Rules card, sweet monkey fucker Rules is driving me crazy. You know why? Because I generally cannot tell what sort of role he's supposed to be playing. I'd say he's a joke character, a meta of sorts. Yes, he's a boss and interferes, but he doesn't really do much. But that isn't true. Rules is utterly integral to victory against Queen. Without his construction of the Thrash Machine, the robot wouldn't have been strong enough to face Giga Queen. Yeah, more than that, he makes regular appearances in scenes involving other major characters, the prison with King and Queen, tagging along with Chris and Susie. It's wild. Oh, hello, Shimmy. But more than that, he is in your pocket at the end of Chapter 2 when Chris opens the fountains. Meeting Rules will make an appearance in Chapter 3, unless he stays in Chris's inventory the whole time. All this to say, is Rules important? Because he seems to be a lot stronger than what he lets on, and, well, as well, changing gameplay on the fly simply because he says so. Wait, actually that makes me think this is wildly speculative and should be treated as anything tangible. What if the reason gameplay changes when we fight Queen specifically because Rules assisted us in making the robot, enabling us to fight Queen? Implying that maybe Rules had a role in, like, changing the, you know, the rules of the battle system for a bit. That is interesting too. I'm not sure about the likelihood of that, but that is I never thought of it that way. Yeah, and I mean, I do like the idea a lot that, like, maybe Rules card kind of unintentionally is responsible for, like, changing the battle system here and there, especially when he is involved in a battle himself. I never thought of it like that. I don't know, Rules card is an interesting character. I haven't really talked much about him, but he is a really fucking weird character. Like, he seems like one of those characters that seems like very, you know, in the background and, you know, kind of like appears here and there for his own bits, but maybe he could be really important depending on what you do. If I had to guess, kind of one of those, like, you know, like his true power is yet to be seen. And when we do see it, we're going to be looking at him like in an entirely different way, potentially. Is important on accident characters? Yeah, potentially. Especially because he's the kind of character that, like, is trying to be important and to be so, like, involved with the party. I don't know. It is something to think about, honestly. So, what's with all the cryptic messages and stuff? I don't know. Ultra Kill OST. No, Molly does Ultra Kill Gaming, holy shit. I'm glad people liked that bit. I had a lot of fun editing that bit of the video. I think the Ultra Kill portion of the video, I think that has been in my head since, probably since writing the script. Specifically with, like, the part where I'm, like, playing it in, like, Cybergrind and it shows the gif of, like, the cat going, like, whatever the fuck it was. I did really enjoy that. Like, that was just in my head for so fucking long. It felt so cathartic actually editing it, finally. Oh, hell no, the hidden specter.
Would end the same way, ultimately.
Yeah, the freezer. You can thank Bootleg for that, because I got a lot of comments asking about, like, oh, what's that weird ghost behind Chris? What is that figure on the wall? That is the freezer from Saints Row 2. You better remember him by that name. Hulk Hogan cameo on tab name. What? Oh, brother, right. Brother. That's a good one. That's a really good one. I didn't even think of that. Fuck. That's really good. Hell yeah. Mr. Mr. Freezer. Mr. the oldest freezer is gonna turn Iceberg Man into Freezer Man. It's gonna turn Iceberg Boy into Ice House Man. Hey, you're still going. Yeah, still going, as in I streamed for like an hour and 45, then my power fucking went out and my internet was out for like 40 minutes, so I only started again like 20 minutes ago because of all that. But yeah, there is a chance either this is gonna be a shorter stream or I'm going to go longer into the night because my fucking power just knocked out midstream. Oh. Yeah, good. Yeah, good for you, I guess. Yeah. I'm thinking at least I'll be able to make up for it by yeah, just either getting through the comments more quickly or just like hanging around for longer. Cause hey, I don't have anything obligated to get up for tomorrow. Well, I kind of do because I have to get it because there's gonna be probably a technician tomorrow to check on the modem because it took a little longer than usual for it to connect, which is like the main thing that I'm a bit worried about. But yeah, yeah. Alright, yeah, Pyro just like, I'm not sure why it went out. I assumed maybe it was like maintenance or... No, it couldn't have been maintenance, it was just sudden. I thought maybe it was just something with like the weather or some shit. I have no idea why it went out like that. Hey, if you buy a super expensive gaming PC, can you write it out for taxes as part of creating videos? I have to look into that still. I have some stuff kind of figured out in that regard, but I don't have everything figured out in terms of like, oh, like, if I buy this as a business thing, does that mean that like, you know, does anything change with the taxes, or like not really? I don't fucking know. That's a whole other issue for when I feel like adulting though. Your hat looks better today, greener. Thank you. Is it because of I'm not sure why actually. It might be because It might be because of VC Face, actually, is it? Because I know VC Face has this thing where, if it'll let me... Oh. Oh. Yeah, I can do this, but I know there's something else you can do. Yeah, I can change the lighting of the hat when I like, alt and then left click it. Yeah, I can do this with it, and I can also move the VTuber. I can do this. Whoa. Yeah, I can do all that. So that's fun. Can you zoom in really far on your face? I can do you something better. This fucking... I love VC Face already because it has a focal length thing or whatever. And it's very funny. It's very funny. I have to actually zoom in the... I should zoom in the VTuber. This is a dumb bit. I'm going off topic, but fuck it. I downloaded Wizard of the Void. It's hard to make a comfortable control scheme with the game. Other than that, I'm struggling to work things out. Yeah, it takes a bit to get used to playing it, honestly. But I do enjoy it. I'm glad that the stream probably got you to play it though. It's a really fun game. But yeah, hi. I can just do this. Why didn't Mana tell me about this? I would have fucking downloaded this first thing if I knew you could do this with it. Fucking... Sell me a push. You cannot handle my strongest potions, dear traveler. You cannot handle... You cannot handle my strongest potions. You can... Potion seller. Bring me your finest potions. I am going into battle. This is like those fucking those like screenshots of like anime where like where it's like it's that one shot in an anime where the protagonist is gonna go insane. What did I just walk into? me doing a stream after my power went out, and I'm letting the neurodivergence take over. Yeah, it's like this. I'm having one of these right now. This is the new stream overlay. Yeah. I can add props to this too. I can just like add any image I want to this, and it'll let me just do whatever. But you know, let me try to get back to normal now. Like I'm like, no bitches. You did the face. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of visible if I do this. Like if I'm at an angle, you can kind of see the nose. But the focal length makes it look so fucked up. It makes me look like you're right, Andrew. It makes me look like I'm trying to sell potions. I think you described it perfectly. Molly, spin on the x-axis. I did a 360 there. Yeah, I could just do that. If Mana told me about the fucking focal length thing, I would have bought this like immediately. Well, I bought it, it's for free, but you know, you get what I mean. Just add a giant Rosé Blunt PNG in your hat? I probably could, actually. You raise a point. Hang on. If I just go into... Oh, it froze my VTuber, apparently. Okay, I'll have to be quick then. But... No, I'm not gonna put Rosé Blunt. You know what I am gonna put? I love derailing mollystars! I mean, hey, like... What fun is a stream if you're always on topic all the time, you know? What fun is a stream if you do that? Human. I remember you're pacifists. Put Mr. the Oldest View. I don't have a picture of Mr. the Oldest View, but I do have this. Oh, scary. This is it. This is what you're gonna see now. This is it. This is the VTuber for the rest of the stream, guys. I'm gonna make it worse for the stream, actually. Let me... The horror. Human, I remember you're pacifists. I remember you're neutrals. What did I just walk into? Me having a normal one on this Sunday night. Let me see if maybe... Oh, there we go, yeah. Goes back to normal after I do that. Alright. I'm gonna have to put this back to normal, actually. Hang on. Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck did I go? Holy shit. I don't know where I went. Can I reset the camera? Can I do that? Where is it? Bear with me here. Molly destroys her VTuber position. No, I just don't know where the camera went. Alright. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, I have to change the camera position a bit more, but there we go. Fixed it. There we go. It's fixed now. The end of Molly's VTuber career. It's over. It's fucking jover. Alright. Let me put this back. Oh, the video ended. Let me get... Whoop. video ended, I have to put another mix on. Let's put on... Yeah, that's the one that just ended. I'll put this one on. Sure. Okay. Alright. Chat is insane. You see shoes for like 2 seconds. Everyone's typing feet question mark question mark question mark. It's just shoes. I didn't even know your model had legs. I mean, if I were to go like all the way out, then yeah, you can see I do have legs. Like, that's what it looks like. I mean, the cloak is a little bit fucked up because I mean, I only intended to show like the upper half, but that is the full model. Ugh. The lines of it. I'm trying to make it smally. Alright, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Okay. We're 3 streams in it and still on the hype comments. There were so many. It's not even just that, there's like a healthy mix of like hype comments, but also, you know, comments that generally have a lot to say, so it's not like I can rush through them either. There's a good few that do have like a lot to say, so it's gonna be a bit before we actually get to like the, like, you know, like the more recent ones. If we can get to like, I don't know, Andrew's comment or something on the stream, I don't know if we will because of the power outage, but if we can do that, that would be neat. It would at least be a good indicator that, like, you know, we're past like the initial hype. I need to make sure my hat doesn't get in the way. Okay, there we go. Hype! I love that guy. Alright. But yeah, to get back on track though, I'm gonna keep the sands on the hat though. Hype, it's finally here, thank you. I think Chris might have said something to the line of, I don't know. Oh, Moist and I were just talking about this, like, how, like, I put 2 seconds of MBT in a video, and now people are just like, how do you feel about, how do you feel about Junior Journey? How do you feel about MBT? What's your opinion on Joseph? Of all the places to put an MBT cameo, he's just a guy. He's just a guy in, like, the funniest way to me. I'm making that a bit... gradually adding more and more things to the hat, like stickers on a suitcase. You get it though, Jan. Okay, 2 and 3 are probably the most correct. This is definitely talking about like the interpretations of Chris and Samantha's relationship. Wanting to be free from their strings, but more so sees him as a cautionary tale after he fails. To me, it's like if Chris succeeded in getting rid of all their strings, what would happen to Smith and what happened to them? A kind of alternate path to their own. Yeah, like, yeah, that's kind of how I feel, where it's like, they probably do genuinely relate to Spampton in a way, but like, I feel like there's a good chance as well that like they don't really just like want to follow Spampton's like tracks necessarily. They can get behind Spampton's sentiment, but they don't want to like literally do what Spampton did, necessarily. Especially after seeing what happened to Spampton anyway at the end of it. CRT TV, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Also, I would be absolutely terrified if I saw the Trash Man Gremlin become powerful. Yeah, exactly. I feel like people don't really touch on this enough, like... Spampton Neo's kind of fucking scary. Like, genuinely. Like, Spampton was already kind of unnerving, but, like, Neo especially is just, like... Imagine the circumstance, you're in the basement of, like, the villain's, like, fucking mansion. And you go in, you insert this disc with this motherfucker in it. And it comes to life, and you just see this, like, decrepit fucking body with, like, a head coming out of it, and it turns into this Spampton's head, and he's just, like, all the more manic. It's genuinely scary. I've seen some like pretty unnerving drawings of him, like you know, like fan art of him and his like Neo body and everything, like in the dark and shit. It's creepy. I definitely would. Oh yeah, I remember when Chapter 2 came out and when Neo was done. Wait, look, whenever you spared Neo, there are several moments in part 2 where I just like let the gameplay speak for itself. The part where you like spare Spampton, and then he cuts his last string, and he just sits there like limp, like just motionless for like a solid 10 seconds, is so fucking unnerving. It's genuinely unnerving, especially on our first playthrough. I was like left in awe. It's genuinely unnerving. It's insane. Yeah, and it's like I mean, there's so many memes about it now, but I think, you know, you had to like be there to really see the initial like first reaction to Spampton and just like the sheer like unsettling nature of it. I get why people were why the playtesters were like I don't like this dude. Like, I get why he became like a Tumblr sex meme, but at the same time, I get why he was so fucking scary to some of the playtesters. What, as Toby mentioned, like, it's creepy, and I like that about it. But goddamn, let me actually move the the phone just so that my mic doesn't get in the way. God, I clicked on this video so fast. I think I remember seeing your log about the secret pages during the sweepstakes. That wouldn't surprise me, honestly. That thread did really well at the time. I remember hearing heavy about the Chapter 2 secret boss before I found him myself. Yeah, it's genuinely kind of freaky. Like again, like I think there's so many memes about it now that you kind of forget about like what it was like when it first came out, but genuinely it was creepy. Like, you know, like legitimately kind of dark. When you think about the implications of his like whole narrative and character arc, it's like, yeah, it's fucking tragic, honestly. Yeah, it is Andrew. Hello to Andrew. I hope your Night in the Woods stream went well, by the way. I don't know if you like managed to finish that game or anything, but I hope it's been going well. I have to play it again myself sometime. I'm so curious to hear what the device theory entails. Just joining, wonderful voice clarity, lots of personality in your speech. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm so curious to hear what the device theory entails, but please take all the time you need to make the video and keep yourself healthy. Of course, I'm taking my time with it. It's gonna be a bit before part 3, but I'm gonna make it eventually. There's just no way I could, there's honestly no way I could, like, fucking not make part 3 at this point. The stream was real good though, got sad toward the end. Yeah, I imagine at this point, Andrew, you're at the part of the game where shit's starting to get real in there. It gets rough. The end of that game is heavy. How long is part 3 at this point? I don't know. I can guarantee you this much, I really doubt it's gonna be any longer than like 2 hours. My rough estimate, maybe at least given the current audio and like how long it'll take for me to kind of refine everything, I think the final length will be something like an hour 40, hour 50, roughly, if I had to ballpark it. I don't think it's gonna be like, it's not gonna be longer than part 2. Like, part 3 is the one I'm most hyped up. That's, you know, it definitely has like a lot of hype to it, and, you know, the most anticipated part, but what the hell is that wretched creature on your hat? It's Sans, and he remembers your pacifists. Yeah, I think part 3 is gonna be like something like, it's the true meat of the series. I mean, the true meat in a way, I guess in a way it is, like, because it's like, you know, it's the thing that I'm trying to do to put everything together. But like, I think parts 1 and 2 are kind of also the meat of the series, in that like it's all the you know, the raw analysis and like really digging into everything. But part 3 is gonna be like, you know, like I'm trying to really make sense of it. Like, the way I would describe part 3 is like, if you've watched the intermission segment of part 2, I want to do a whole video that's like that. I want to do a whole video that was more of whatever the fuck that segment was, because that came out of nowhere. And the fact that it came out of nowhere like that, and it's like probably my favorite part of the, and it's like my favorite part of the whole video, that is like a big incentive for why I'm like refining the script and everything. I'm just like, I need to see what I think of this now. I need to see how I would do this now, because I want to make part 3 as like presentable and as like you know, like well produced as I possibly can. You know, like I'm not like, you know, I don't have like, you know, I'm not like a Nexpo here where I'm able to like, you know, build like whole like 3D sets like depicting certain scenarios here, right? But I want to be as like thorough as I can with like my theory crafting with this, with part 3. It's gonna be, I want to like really try to nail it as well as I can, even if I doubt I'm gonna get it right. But like, fuck it, if I'm going off the deep end, I'm going off the deep end. So yeah, that's kind of the current state of it for me. Is like, I want to make this shit good. Where like, I think part 1 and 2 was like focused on accuracy of the information regardless of like the presentation of it. You know, like I mean, I focused on the presentation, but like I wanted to make sure my info was accurate so that I wasn't like, so that I wasn't all show, but like, you know, no, not really anything of substance. I mean, part 3, who fucking knows what's gonna happen? I'm just gonna get weird with it. Yeah. Because again, part 3 is the theory crafting side of things. I can be a little bit more flashy from that point on. So I'm gonna see how it goes. You can say part 3 is weird about? I guess? Maybe. Does anyone have theories on what's going to happen in 2 days regarding deltarune? I'm tempering my expectations, and I'm going to say that nothing is going to happen. I'm going to say that jack shit is going to happen on Halloween. Maybe we'll get merch. Maybe Temmie will draw something really cool for a 5-year anniversary of deltarune. But I just don't see it, personally. I have hope that, like, I don't know, maybe we'll get something more kind of interesting. I hope for Silence Ending. I guess, I feel like that depends on RTVS, if they're available for it. I could see maybe them being available on that Tuesday. Oh, no, wait a minute. Is Scorpy doing a stream on Tuesday? I think so, actually. Or, wait a second. Wait a second. I need to check something. I need to check Scorpy's server. Next stream will be around the 31st, he said. Okay, if I wanted to reach, I've been in Scorpy's server for a while, where, you know, it's like he announces his streams and stuff in there. Scorpy is one of the people who like produce the SVN. Like, if you're thinking about like, oh, like the VHS vibe of it, that is like probably like mostly Scorpy's work, like just the general aesthetic of it. And he said something about the next stream being around the 31st. If I want it to reach, I could say maybe there's something to do with that, but I know nothing. Let me tell you, I know nothing. If I wanted to reach, because I feel like the Silence Ending is the kind of thing where like you would have to get RTVS involved and, you know, have them talk about the fucking thing. So if I had to guess, maybe there's something about that there. If I had to reach, maybe this week. If they're doing something on the 31st and they haven't specified what it is. But I don't know. Was the Spampton Sweepstakes stream a live broadcast? I think it was. Yeah, it was actually, because I remember like, I mean, the video itself was live, like the sheer video, like, because I remember the countdown before it, and then it showed it. But I think the video itself was pre-recorded, if I recall. But like, yeah, like everything was pre-recorded, and it was live in the sense that, you know, that it showed the videos, like, you know, once the time hit. I think it was just live specifically because, like, you know, like, depending on what ending they got, they couldn't just, like, upload. Like, it would make sense to make it a live broadcast, because then you could, like, make it so that one of them, you could have, like, one source that is, like, you know, the raw video, one source that is the freedom ending, and then one source that is the silence ending. Or something like that. At least that's how I'm assuming it was done. Maybe something like that. Maybe some bits of the broadcasts were live, like, you know, like announcing the winners and shit. But other than that, I don't know. Do you think they have recorded versions of the other endings? Well, they probably do. They mentioned that, like, you know, they want to show the silence ending at some point. Yeah, Toby said we were going to get the other ending like sometime this year, so I'm if I had to reach, because because I know someone in our TDS is doing a stream this week, maybe we'll get something if I had to be like, if I had to really reach, but I can't be sure. I have no idea. But I'm tapping my expectations and saying that we're getting nothing for Halloween, or at least nothing of like huge substance. We're not getting a new chapter, for instance. The biggest copium I have is maybe we'll get like a weird Gastery ARG thing. But you know, I have no idea. I have no idea, frankly. I'm tapping my expectations. I'm gonna say it's gonna be a completely uneventful and normal Halloween, and there's nothing to it. But we'll see. I swear to God, I saw the Dev Gnomes once and it shows up everywhere. Why can't I not escape it? I just like the last 2 minutes of the fight. I do find it funny how like you know, like Andrew puts Everhood music in his videos, and then I played Everhood, and now I'm putting Everhood music in my videos. It's just a good, it just has a good fucking OST. It's just that shrimple. But specifically, Dev Gnome showing up is really funny. It's really funny. Alright. Deltarune Chapter 2, Episode 1 and 2 before we get Chapter 3. No. Oh man. I can't wait for... I can't wait for Deltarune Susie for Steam VR to come out. Chris? You wouldn't need all of that for Chris Dreamer. Right. You say the Weird Route was not advertised. I recommend you take a look at the Deltarune Chapter 1 line stickers. Okay, yeah, I didn't mention this. You say that we were hearing Noelle's thoughts here. That's actually an obscure piece of dialogue, however. In Annoying Mouse Room 2, there's an obscure line of dialogue where if you talk to Noelle, she'll like, no, my get her, she'll ask why the mice always go towards her when they hit a dead end. If you choose a certain option, I believe unknown, she will say some lines in parentheses and then be like, why is Chris just standing there? Are they waiting for me to stop mumbling under my breath? Oh, right, yeah. Bracket lore is weird. Bracket lore is scary, alright? Like, I don't know if it means like that she's like talking to herself or thinking to herself or just mumbling quietly. It varies a lot. It might be like very dependent on the context. Parentheses. That scared me. Yeah, I think that brackets are more context specific and like kind of case by case. I don't think there's any consistency to them from what I've gathered. It really depends on like the specific scene. I still choose to believe it's her thoughts because I like it better the way and it's scarier. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I think in some cases it's just kind of more effective that it's like her thoughts, and like the fact that we can read her thoughts is like really creepy, especially in like a Weird Route context. Also, really important piece of evidence for the idea that Chris and Susie knew each other in the past. Oh. When Toriel calls Susie by name, Susie says, "Do you remember me?" To which Toriel responds that yes, that she has heard a lot about her from Alphys. You can retense a character's thoughts through battle narration anyway. Noelle is hardly the exception there. Yeah, so it's, I think in Riva it's kind of meant to just call attention to that one specific case and just be like, oh, huh, that is weird, isn't it? But like, it's otherwise really normal. You could just read most characters' thoughts anyway. Though I guess the fact that Noelle specifically calls attention to it, knowing her whole deal, might be like, you know, stand out, because like the fact that she's already, her being the glitch hunter and, you know, finding things that she probably shouldn't or most people wouldn't find is, you know, definitely, maybe there's something to that, I don't know. Yeah, but this implies that Toriel and Susie met at some point in the past, and Susie remembers Toriel, but Toriel does not remember Susie. This is backed up by the fact that Susie clearly has a fondness and respect for Toriel that she has for no other adult or authority figure. that is, yeah, we did talk about that before the power went out for me. She explicitly calls out Chris's mother both times she bullied them, saying they have a good mother and she doesn't want to make her bury her child. It is incredibly polite to her at the sleepover, starting up her posture and avoiding swearing in order to make a good impression. I suspect that they met at the festival. Maybe. Susie knows about it despite being new to the town and speaks fondly of it, or rather very, very badly pretends to think it's Sue before asking Chris who they'd take to it. Yeah, there is like a bit of it. There is something to glean out of the fact that like Susie kind of acts as if like Toriel is like genuinely surprised. Yeah, Toriel's one of the 2 teachers is another thing too, is that like just we don't really, there isn't a lot of people to refer to in the school, so it's like it would make sense that the 2 teachers would know about most of the kids. There aren't like that many people in the school to where it would be that difficult to really recognize Susie. But yeah, I think it's one of those pieces of evidence that works either way. Like, it could work to imply that they knew each other in the past, or that Toriel and Susie at least like could have known of each other. But I don't know. It's hard to say, really. I'm still currently in the camp of like kind of like they probably didn't know each other from before Hometown, but who knows? Okay, isn't it weird that Gerson died and instead of getting a new teacher or just using his classroom or something else, they just seal it off? I don't know, I guess there's no other people qualified for the job or something. What do you think they learn about? We know absolutely nothing about the group project. I hope they're able to. I hope the group project is that they're able to do research on this on the South Scrimshaw whale. Hopefully.
Thank you for waiting in these difficult times.
Finally, we can watch this. We can't wait to see what you have in store. Have a happy day. Thank you. I hope I mentioned the poem. This QR code. Website with it. What? That's crazy. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, okay, pretty decently length one. How long have I been on? Yeah. Nearly an hour already, huh? Okay, where the hell is Chris? Toriel? I suddenly get the feeling that there's more of a problem in Chris's home. Yeah. I mean, the fact that she was just straight up like, okay, where the hell are they? Is like, it makes it seem like she's definitely like dealt with Chris doing weird shit like that. And I mean, there is an attitude that like she's just kind of been used to like Chris doing like weird antics. So maybe she just assumed that like Chris was just doing their usual spooky antics, their usual silly shenanigans or whatever. And she's just like, oh fucking, like, where the hell are they? Everyone's rocked when Toriel does anything remotely rude. I mean, to be fair, if you see how she talks, it's just like, it does make the moments where she just starts cursing like all the funnier. I think she needs to say fuck in canon at least once. She needs to. Yeah, she's prone to getting angry and yelling, but I don't think she's like a angry person in general. She's just prone to getting angry. Alright, really fantastic job on this one. Your editing style and sense of pacing is fantastic again, and I enjoy the tangent about the thematic resonance of nostalgia for a time when games were more mysterious. While I don't have any further conclusions to add myself, I do have an attempt to the part about Susie and Chris in the sweepstakes section, just within deltarune proper. There are 2 particular details about Susie that don't add up, for lack of a better term. Susie will occasionally use better related idioms. Everyone bleeds red, as in particular stands out as being rather nonsensical coming from a monster. But we're going here. Deltarune has made very clear that even in this non-magical world, the physiological differences between monsters and humans establish an undeniable logical hold true here. True. Humans are made of flesh and blood, but monsters don't have blood and don't leave an intact body when they die. Note Alvin talking about Gerson's hammer being buried in the grave to symbolize his existence. Yes, there is a consistency in that, which is weird. It is weird that Susie mentions blood, like, considering, yeah, there's still the consistency of, like, you know, monsters don't necessarily bleed as far as we know. Or maybe they do. We haven't really seen. Hey, wasn't there like a sprite of in chapter 2, like after the fun gang falls off the carts, and there was gonna be a sprite that implied that Susie was bleeding a bit after that, or am I misremembering? I feel like there was a cut content that was like that. Like it never actually got used, but there was like a sprite that might have implied that, which is but it never got used, which is weird. It's fucking strange. Yeah, there was a sprite of basically after like the fun gang, after the fun gang like falls off the carts and like into the trash zone, and Susie gets like injured, like jumping from like the top of the pile. There is a cut sprite that that is like of her in that stance, but it looked as if she was like bleeding a bit. Like there's like it's slightly altered to have like a bit more red, which is yeah, I haven't seen it in a while, but I do remember there being something like that, which is like, I mean, cut content is obviously a lot more shaky in terms of like how reliable it is for evidence, but like it is odd. Where can I find the sprite? I feel like if you probably search on like Spriter's resource or something, you're probably gonna find it. It's the pose of her being healed by Rousey, yeah. The only reason I could think of that Susie would have that kind of vernacular is if she spent a lot of time around humans. Yeah, I've seen that. She's just a really intelligent bipedal lizard. So true. Okay, and quite possibly not a lot of time around other monsters before coming to Hometown. Yeah, I've seen this theory, yeah, that like she might have spent a lot of time with humans before going to Hometown. Her having grown up in a reverse prison situation, but with a fireless outwardly happy home life, would account for a lot of her projection regarding Crescentorial. Yes. Yeah, like, being a bit envious and a lot of projection. We have talked about that. There's a lot of implied history between Susie and Toriel, but it seems one-sided. Susie has a lot of respect for Toriel, calling her a good friend, calling her a good mother, and automatically shifting to respectful and proper demeanor in her house, despite her never showing that same respect for Alphys or any other adults. However, Susie is relatively new to Hometown. She wouldn't have had Toriel as a teacher growing up, and Toriel herself only knows Susie secondhand by Alphys. Okay, when Toriel introduces herself, Susie responds that she remembers, which surprises Toriel. Then when Toriel correctly guesses Susie's name upon reading hers based on information from Alphys, Susie's briefly taken back. Yes, okay. Yeah, we've read this, so I don't have to read the whole thing. I do remember reading this comment actually when the video came out, and yeah, the way that she kind of acts with Toriel is odd, but I feel like I could have chalked that up to something like, she's never really had like a motherly figure. Yeah, like she was insecure, and she was kind of surprised that she was even being invited into like a proper home when she like probably had a really shitty upbringing and like a not really a motherly figure that really cared about her that much or treated her super well. So it's like her being actually like invited to a proper home and being like someone like Toriel actually looking out for her is like kind of like what, like it's a surprise to her. So I don't know, it could work either way, but it's what is it I don't know, Occam's razor, Andrew's razor. The easiest solution is probably like the most correct one, and just generally speaking, it's just like the kind of thing where it's like I think it's a case where I'm leaning towards like the simpler explanation was just like, hey, Susie just like has issues with family shit, so at least that's what I think, but it could work either way. It's interesting to think about. That's Occam's, I only use razors to shave. True. The bleeding sprites are Sprite cutscene 11B Susie hurt. Yeah, that's the ones that are used in the game. Well, not in the game, but like that's the one that was cut from it, rather. That one line in the Weird Rod spammed in Neophyte you pointed out makes me think hyperlink doctor is supposed to be love. Not only would it make sense in context, seeing as they've literally been killing people, but the making love word probably would definitely specifically fit with how many times there's like weird romantic symbolism between Kristen and the Weird Rod. Between the Ferris wheel scene, the we're on to something else dialogue, and the weapon choice being a ring. Yeah, okay, yeah, talking about like the romantic undertones and shit. Lol, this is the same theory Jaru posted. Okay. I'ma hop off. I'm getting melty brain. Good day, chat. See you later, Maraxi. Well, yeah, I do think that hyperlinked block could be love. I think it's honestly a really plausible theory. I'm currently that seems like one of the most likely candidates currently. So I think for now I could honestly go with that, unless there's like more evidence later down the line that like kind of sheds light on it being something else potentially. Though I'm not sure, honestly. It's hard to say, but I do like the idea of it being love. I think it's one of the more plausible like candidates for what hyperlink block could mean. All right. And like again, yeah, with like the romantic undertones and everything, I think it all lines up. It's one of those things like it fits worryingly well. So like I don't know what else it could be, frankly, like especially with that in mind. Great video. I appreciate that you reduced the amount of parsing for large amounts of text. It made it much easier to watch the part one. Thank you. I'm glad I was able to improve with that. I don't have anything intelligent to add. I just wanted to be noticed by the algorithm and paid more for making this video. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Alright. Oh shit! We finally got to my comment. Fuck. Finally, after like three streams, we finally got to that comment. That's a good progress of sorts for how long it's taken to get to that one. We still have a few to get through though, so hang on. I just woke up a bit so excited for this and just started teasing how close it was to being finished. Let's go. Thank you. They remember things you've done across save files. Oh no, I knew it was a possibility, but I thought, I know. The implications of that are fucking insane. It scares me. And if it carries over into the future chapters and like there's more shit with the save slots and stuff being transferred and stuff being consistent or stuff changing between slots, it's just I'm going to be vigilant about that when chapter 3 through 5 are out. I'm absolutely going to be. There's just no way. There's no way I'm not gonna be like super like vigilant about that when the next 3 chapters are ready. On Spifton being less meta than Jevil, in my opinion, he feels meta in a different way. Between wanting your soul to escape to the light world, other references the meta time, the soul transforming and changing color, it's like Jevil is this is a video game meta, while Spifton is this a successor to Undertale meta. Okay, hear me out. Chapter 1 is supposed to fake you out and make you think this would be like Undertale. Chapter 2 is poking fun of you, saying, ha, you thought this would be like Undertale. See the Toby Fox jump scare leading into the Undertale game over screen. Something feels like a parody of an Undertale character. He pops out of nowhere on the required path, immediately fights you and monologues about how he wants your soul to escape. You beat him and then you go hang out with him. But then you get Smith to Neo or Snowgrave. I never thought of it like that. But that is really fucked up, and I think that does fit him, honestly, and I could definitely see the idea that like maybe the game is meant to be kind of like, you know, subverting more of like how like, oh, like, man, you thought this would be Undertale. You thought this would be another Undertale. Look at you now. I bet you think you're so fucking stupid now for that. Like that. But like, I do like the idea that it's like, that like Swimpton is kind of meant to be like a parody of an Undertale character, essentially, and just kind of like subvert it, like kind of like poking fun at the fact that people just like want more of that. When like you know, despite how different deltarune already is. And it is interesting too, because it kind of speaks a bit to how like, you know, how the game like pretty much like blew up a lot more, especially after Spamton. Are you a believer or a doubter of Deltarune Chapter 3 coming out October 31st? I'm a doubter specifically because even if it were complete by now, even if Chapter 3 was done by now, I don't think Toby wants to release Chapter 3 by itself. He didn't seem super confident in Chapter 3 by itself releasing just like on its own. I feel like he probably wants the next chapters to come out in like a bundle, because Chapter 3 is just like it seems a lot more like esoteric probably in terms of like the gameplay and everything. So I think he wants to make sure people don't feel like underwhelmed or like overly confused about it, because it's like he already did a bit of that with Survey Program, but I think he wants like, you know, chapters 4 and 5 to kind of balance out the to kind of balance out like the weirdness of chapter 3 specifically. I have a hunch that it's ready to go on Halloween, nothing more. Yeah, like I think by then I have a feeling it's probably nearly done. Let's say by like the next newsletter, because he's gonna be probably writing the next newsletter like sometime in November. It's probably nearly done. He has been saying it's not done, but like it's probably like actually like nearly done. Like I think they're at the point now where they're just ironing everything out and really like, you know, fine tuning everything to make sure it's like fun to play, like, you know, start to finish. So that's kind of what I think. If it'll be done by the next newsletter, that Daily Jebble person will finally get a break. True. But yeah, I don't know. I think even if chapter 3 was done, yeah, I just don't think it's gonna release on its own. I get the feeling that it's gonna be like the kind of thing where it'll be done, but they're not releasing it until the other 2 chapters are done. So I don't know. I just hope to get more info about chapters 4 and 5. What's up with them? Like, hey, like, you don't need to give specifics about like what they're gonna be. I just want to know how far in you are. Like, how long should we expect to wait for this? Fall 2024, maybe. Here's what I think. I think next year we could get a trailer. I think next year we could get like a more thorough trailer on what the next chapters are gonna look like. And then, if we don't get it next year, I think 2025 we definitely could get it. Absolutely. I think 2024 is like a maybe now for me, like potentially. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Toby needs to just take his time, like whatever. But I'm always assuming at the end of the day that the game is going to be done in 99 years from now. I'm in no rush here, so whenever it's ready for him. Whenever he thinks it's ready, then it's ready, so yeah. Yay, part 2. I will absolutely watch this multiple times this year. I still really appreciate how it's like, you know, people genuinely have fucking... This is the first 6 hours? This was the first 6 hours of the fucking video. Holy shit. All of this. Oh my god. Yeah, I forgot just how many there were, like, right out the gate. That's insane. Yeah, 400 or so in just the first 6 to 7 hours. Holy shit. Man. Like... Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, this is just me saying, like, hey, thank you for all the comments and everything. Man, holy shit. It's both comfy looking, just the right amount of unsettling needed for a game like Deltarune. Thank you. I'm glad that with part 2, like, the kind of spooky vibes of it weren't, like, overwhelming, and it's still, like, kind of chill to watch in general. It really puts into perspective how much we've read so far. Yeah. Yeah, I made the stream. Hello, Mark. Thought I was gonna miss it. There was a power outage, so I kind of got, We're probably gonna be going for a little bit longer than usual, a bit later into the night, but it's no big deal. I'm thinking I might end like at 1 or 2 a.m. roughly, because of how long because of the fucking power outage, like having to be out for like at least an hour and a half. But someone just sent me the entire FNAF movie in the server I'm in. Yeah, there's apparently already an embed of that, in Discord, so that's fun. I mean, what? I would totally only watch the FNAF movie in theaters. I would only watch it through totally legal means. I would never ever do anything so evil like watching a movie on Discord. I would never do that. I would never do that. Never. Never do that, guys. It's so bad. It's so evil. You will go to jail. You will die for that. Have you seen the FNAF yet, Molly? I haven't. At some point I want to though. Yeah, just reading through the replies if there's anything like interesting here. People, you know, figuring out ARG stuff. Mollystars is spam tongue? How? How? Tap now if you'd scrambly the. Anyways, we could talk about the secrets in a slightly more organized manner. My Discord server, if you want to talk about any secrets in my videos. And a more kind of organized place for that. I'll praise the Tobias strip. Yeah, that's the honorary secret. Okay, one thing worth mentioning is that when Rousey breaks the fourth wall, sometimes she says it in parentheses, which is proven by Noelle, means thinking. Well, depends. It depends. Therefore, at these times, Rousey is not talking to Chris, instead he thinks hard enough for only the player to listen. There's a what channel? No, there's no way. There's a what channel? I'm surprised nobody's talking about that. I immediately thought that's what Toby won for, since I'm a bunch of numbers as well, and the importance of Rousey explaining the storage without parentheses, only to end the sentence with parentheses, making you said the last part only for the player, and explaining why Susie didn't even bother to ask Rousey how new the school layout and why. Okay. Yeah, I get what you mean though, yeah, basically, yeah, like in that scene, like, you know, he's like talking out loud until the very last line, which makes sense because, you know, Susie doesn't question Rousey when he's talking about, like, wait, how do you know the school layout and everything? I saw it and honestly didn't like it, but that's more because I dislike the entire FNAF franchise's lore. Yeah, it's the kind of movie you're only gonna like it if you like FNAF in the first place. If you don't like FNAF, you're not gonna like the movie. If you like FNAF, you might like the movie, especially if you're watching it with other people, is what I've heard. I haven't watched it myself, so I wouldn't know for sure, but that's like generally the gist that I got. Okay. It was entertaining in the context of a Discord call. Oh, that's a really funny typo for a movie theater. Oh, that's so funny. Nice typo of I don't know, Max if it's on streaming. I don't know. I don't keep in touch with streaming services. Fuck streaming services. I can't with them. Okay, it was a Discord call with Scott Coffin, he's my dad. Andrew Coffin, Scott Cunningham. The lore goes deeper. But yeah, I mean, I'm eating because I have an exam early tomorrow, but thank you very much for the entertainment. Thank you for watching and hopping in. I'm glad you enjoyed. And of course, I'll be wishing you well on your exam. I hope it goes well for you. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, to go back to this, I mean, generally, yeah, I think it is definitely, like, an interesting detail that Rousey only spoke in parentheses for that line, because, like, again, like, specifically referring to the player. I think, like, yeah, like I mentioned in the video, I think there's definitely something to that. And I think it's definitely really important that, like, that specific line was, like, said by Rousey, like, to the player. Like, again, I mentioned this in the video, it's just, like, the fact that, like, Yeah, it's just like the fact that Rousey like says so much shit that's like specific to the player that only the player would know and really understand. It's just like, again, it weirds me out. I could be dead wrong about him, but it's just like I think there's something to it personally. I think it's the kind of thing where it's not like super vital to pay attention to, but if you're really digging deep, you may be able to connect those dots potentially. Let me get some water real quick. Alright. Apparently Markiplier was supposed to be in the movie, but he couldn't make it because of scheduling conflicts. Yeah, I mean, he was making Iron Lung, so I'm not surprised. He's probably, like, spending, like, 99% of his time making Iron Lung right now, so it's, like, maybe not 99, but, like, a reasonable amount of time, and also, like, probably, like, family shit. So it's like, yeah, he's been busy, I'm sure. Then again, when isn't Mark busy? Mark is insane. He's the kind of person who, like, he will finish a big-ass project and just be like, well, let's do the next one. Like it's nothing. It's insane. I don't know how he doesn't deal with burnout. It's fucking crazy. Yeah. Markiplier is awesome. I haven't watched like too many. I don't watch his videos like super often, like every video, but like whenever he does something really big, I tend to tune in whenever I can. I did watch all of Unis Honest though when that was going on. If you know, you know. That shit was really good. Unis Honest was great. That's a great analysis. Even though I already know about most of these details, I still find it interesting to see other people's perceptions and speculation about it all, and sometimes it helps me to think about the ideas too. In this case, I had another new thought. What is Spampton saying, Chris, did you know that the knight... No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It was actually the salesman quoting or replaying something that he heard the knight say or was said to the knight. Maybe. That could be the case for, like, maybe he wasn't able to say directly what he saw, but he was able to replay a moment or something, since... his whole thing seems to be kind of like speaking in like these like random interruptions in his speech and all. It's been like 3 years since the end of Unis Honest. Jesus! I feel old already just thinking about that. It doesn't feel like that long ago, but it was. Man. Yeah, I never thought of it like that. I like that interpretation. That like maybe he was replaying something that he heard the night, or that he heard someone saying to the night. Yeah, I don't have much more of a comment than that, but it seems kind of plausible. I like that. I went forever assuming Unis Honest was some Warhammer faction. It honestly may have well been, with what little I know of Warhammer. Alright, no, I think he was reliving being interrogated by the knight, or that too. That's how I originally interpreted it. I think it could work either way. Yeah, it's a weird line. It's just a weird moment of his, one of many from Spampton, but I do think about it. I do still think about that like specific moment quite a bit. There's a lot of weird shit about Spampton shop dialogue that like I don't know if we'll get like a real answer for it until way later in the game. It's fucking weird. Damn, I wish we could scan QR codes on our own phone. Sag. Dolphins at 125.26. What was this? Oh yeah, the... Is it what I think it is? Oh wait, what? What?
Friends, but something else. Then you talk to the Addison with me, to her understandable concern, just shrugging it off as a prank. Then you talk to the Addison near the Ferris wheel at and tell them that you and Noelle are not friends, but something else, and this is where they tell you about the freeze ring and that Noelle can't get stronger without good equipment.
I feel like they were talking about the reference to, now that after Zeb we can finally be free, that fucking video. I think, because I'm not sure like anything relevant to that point, but it's probably like a point close to this one. I think it's close to that specific timestamp. I always come back. It's here. This is such a good video. What the fuck? Thank you. All right. Oh, right, yes, someone sent a fucking paste bin. Jesus. Oh, man. Yeah, that's actually gonna be a super long one now that I think about it, fuck. Yeah, someone sent a comment so long that, it might have a couple words blacklisted by YouTube, and even after editing it, I couldn't post it. So I'm gonna see what I can do with that. Did you watch the FNAF movie? I have not. Truthfully, I have not. Wait, so okay, you mentioned in the Ice Palace movie being in a future chapter, and when you said that, my mind immediately jumped to this. Wait, if we travel through some sort of Ice Palace that's meant to parallel with the one in Dragon Blazers, then it will probably be parallel to the glitch that Leadna will find her way through without the character that's supposed to be the one who guides her. Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. I do kind of agree with that. I've had that thought a lot myself. Maybe Noelle's that character in the Ice Palace, but she's not there on the weird route. We have to find the exit ourselves, and it shouldn't be there, but it's there anyway. Molly, you should just pin I have not watched the FNAF movie to the stream. If I get asked it more often, then maybe. The reason dude couldn't post it was probably because it was just too long. Yeah. Probably. Yellow Snake didn't post a comment, so you know, someone else had to step in. Or at least I don't think Yellow Snake posted a comment. If you get asked 2 more times, maybe, or something like that. They have ways, yeah, fair. But yeah, I've thought about something like this too, that like there's clearly a parallel to be made, and then in Deltarune there's gonna be something like the Ice Palace in it, in terms of just like the concept of it, and like, you know, like there's a door that only Noelle or only a specific character can find. Yeah, I do agree with that sentiment. I like this interpretation a lot. I've been thinking about that a lot, honestly. I hope there's a parallel like that in Deltarune in the future. Sweepstakes time. Hey, it's me, one of the only people or the only person to bring up lots of Sakama Masada on the last video. After watching this video, I have a lot to mention that wasn't mentioned in your video, on top of throwing my own thoughts into the mix. This will be a long one, so get ready, or at least that's what I would say if I could post it. Has Christopher Moon commented? I don't know, I don't think so. But who knows? Maybe Christopher Moon's waiting until the device theory is done or something, I don't know. Yeah, even after editing it, I couldn't post it, so I posted it in a paste bin with this ID. Sorry that this makes the timestamps not work, but I just can't go through all that to find whatever words YouTube considers naughty. Fair enough. The paste bin is really long, so I'm fine with it being broken up for the comment response, so you can still move through the comments. Also, I hope that you can get the context from what I write, since you probably won't be checking every timestamp to remember what you said. Wish I could have changed that in time, but never got around to it. Okay. I'm gonna probably be right back, actually, before I read this, but I'm gonna just set this on screen and see how long this actually is to get an idea of what we're dealing with here. Paste bin. Does this work? If it'll load, at least. Yeah, this one's pretty long. This one's definitely pretty long. Is it Yellow Snake long? I can't be sure. But yeah, this is about what we're dealing with here. Pretty long. Pretty long. But, yeah, that is definitely a lot. But, you know, not my first time reading, like, not my first time reading super long comments. I know Spant and Slapper left a pretty fucking long one, too. So, there's gonna be several of these, so I've been prepared. But alright. My vote is that you're within your rights to DQ this for not fitting the format. Maybe. I think I'm gonna be right back, and you know, I have to go to the bathroom anyway, so I'll be right back for a few minutes. But once I'm once I'm ready, we're gonna try to read through this and see how far I can go. Breed route to rival Molly themselves. True. Hi, it's the person with the pastebin. There shouldn't be actually any bad words that can't be shown on YouTube. It's all good. Yeah, I imagined. I actually have to move the VTuber a little bit because the words are gonna get in the way. My hat's gonna get in the way, actually, so I'm gonna be right back for a bit just to go to the bathroom, and we're gonna start reading this, and I'll give my thoughts on the way. So I won't be long. I'll be right back for a few minutes. So yeah. Hello, I am back. Alright. Alright. I'll have to get cozy for this one because this is a pretty long comment. I actually zoomed in a little bit because I worry that the text might look a little bit too blurry otherwise, so... Okay. I'm gonna listen to this comment readout while I go to sleep. Well, I hope you rest well then. But alright. This is Endless Words' paste bin that apparently was way too long to be one comment, so we're gonna see how this goes. This is gonna probably take up like a good bit, but again, these are low pressure streams. We're in no rush, so I'll give you a fair amount of time here. 2:15. Okay, we're gonna go like bit by bit because this is like pretty much going throughout the whole fucking video, so. What was this? I probably don't need to listen too much of it, but
I'm just before.
Okay. Something that I could forgive you not knowing about is the significance of the release dates. Hang on, what does my VTuber look like from here? It's gonna get in the way. I need to like put it to this side. That'll work. Something I get forgiven not knowing about is the significance of the release dates. A server program demo released on October 31st, or Halloween. Calling to mind the Hearthbrand Halloween hack, or totally explore the idea that the player is in direct control of the protagonist, even against their will. What happens at the end of Chapter 1? Okay, okay, this one's reaching a little bit, but, for the Chapter 2 release date, September 17th doesn't seem all that important. However, September is the 9th month, and 9 is interesting, is that you can flip it upside down to get a 6. 6 as a number seems to crop up in things related to Gaster a lot, and looking at it that way, doesn't the number 17 remind you of a certain entry? Okay, there's nothing to really analyze here, but it is something to keep in mind. In case a future release date references something that wouldn't be normally connected with deltarune in some way. The 9 and 6 thing is like a little bit, but I like you know, that's definitely kind of is something, but the September 17th day I can kind of get behind, potentially, because it could be coincidence, because the thing is, like, that's just a few days after that anniversary, so I feel like, you know, it would make sense in general, because there's a good chance that it was, okay, let's release this a few days after this, after the anniversary, which just happens to be on the 17th, but it could work, you know, like, I can kind of get behind that, potentially. The October 31st thing, though, yeah, the Halloween hack definitely is, like, you know, that could be relevant. I'm with you there. Like, I think there's definitely parallels to draw between deltarune and the Halloween hack in some way. I think the approaches to the theme of it is going to be different between the two, for sure. But yeah. Susie referring to hands is actually rather interesting, because Smith and Neo had a lot of unused attacks left over in the code, with the early heart attack showing a bunch of hands along the top and bottom sides of the screen. I do remember this, actually, yeah, this was actually a cut attack. Y'all watch the stream in 144p, it's actually really fun. It's like I'm watching a shitpost stream, but it's a live stream instead. That's really good. That's the vibe I'm going for. Let me see how the... Okay. Yeah, I do remember that, though. It's likely Susie could have been referring to these hands, given that letter... Oh yeah, later I comment on the jerky candy. Wait, you're right. It's weird that 2 times now, Susie has mentioned something that ended up being cut. Because there was the jerky thing in Chapter 1. You know, jerky is candy. Which was like from a cut interaction in the field in Chapter 1. And now in Chapter 2 we have the thing with her mentioning hands, even though the attack regarding hands was cut. Right. That is weird. I hadn't thought about that. The fact it's done twice is definitely like, huh. Maybe there's something to that, honestly. Funny note, I never played Yumeniki, only knowing of strange themes, and while I did see Sakamasada before, I just forgot that he was monochrome in the same way as Uboa, strengthening the potential connection between the man and Mystery Man. Yeah. Yeah, like, I hadn't even thought of that either. Like, Sakamasada is like a slightly less, the ground she walks on is built on redaction. True. Hydria references in chat is crazy. That's awesome. Susie is Pydria? Confirm? Okay, I need to move my PC in a bit, okay. Yeah, like Sakamasada I don't see discussed as much in terms of like connections there, but I do think, you know, the fact that it was made for that character and then it's used in... Again, Yumeniki has like this weird influence on both Undertale and Deltarune that like honestly, I think where people, you know, they talk a lot about how Earthbound and shit influences these games, I could talk more about how Yumeniki influences them potentially, because like Yumeniki and just the games surrounding it in general, it's a whole thing. When you look at those games and then you think about some of the stuff in Undertale and Deltarune, it's like it makes sense why they're kind of like that. Like, at least that's how I feel about it. It's like a specific genre of game that, like, you know, I have this weird fascination for. So when I see connections like that, I'm just like, huh. Again, Even the fucking the effects in Yumaniki are eggs. I'm just saying, it's, you know, if I had to reach. What even is Yumaniki? It's a dream exploration game made by Kikiyama like forever ago. A very elusive developer, and you play as a girl named Madutsuki who chooses to be stuck in her apartment and goes to sleep constantly and goes to random dream worlds and collects funny effects along the way. And it's weird. It's a very surreal kind of game. June 26, 2004. Yeah. I think that, yeah, that release date. And her name is definitely not Omori. Omori Girl. Yume Nikki, also known as Omori Girl. Yomori! Okay. But yeah, I do think the connection is notable here. Rousey being the tutorial character seems alright at first glance, however, once you look at Undertale's tutorial, it makes what Rousey does seem way more intentional when it comes to the narrative. Yeah, it's almost entirely diegetic, with Flowey telling you to move your soul around, with little arrows telling you what keys to press. And Tori warning you not to attack monsters, but spare them, telling you to try telling a joke. These all naturally translate into the player figuring out the controls on their own. Then you look at Rousey, who exhaustively goes over everything that he can to make sure you understand how to play the game, all delivered as dialogue from him that is even heard by those around him. This is absolutely intentional. Plus, while this may be a bit nitpicky, Rousey does say the correct button you need to press to move the boxes depending on what controller you're using, if you're using one. Probably doesn't count in this analysis, though. Yeah, which is like, again, it's all intentional. It feels so deliberate, like the way he says shit for like the player specifically. It's like when you look at that and then you try to look at it through like a meta lens, it's weird to me. It sticks out genuinely, yeah. I'm completely with you there, like especially when comparing it to Undertale's tutorial. There is a distinction there that I hadn't even thought about. I completely get you there. You talk about Rousey shifting the player's view away from him and Chris to talk to them, and while you can't refuse this, and I still have to go sleep because class is alright. Good night, Moist. Alright, you actually can refuse it in chapter 2. Rousey doesn't put up much of a fight, saying, well then I suppose if you aren't interested, that's that. It makes you wonder why Rousey does this, if Chris refusing it enough times is enough for him to not press the issue, since with that in mind, if he is talking to Chris, it must not be anything vital. And that comment in the rear as long as Susie's happy just kind of throws things off with that perspective. Yeah, which... yeah, it's weirder in chapter 2 that you can just refuse it, because it's like whatever he's saying to Chris then, it must be kind of like... I don't know, maybe it's like he's just talking to himself and not necessarily to Chris? Like, he's talking to Chris, but not like in a way like that's about anything important, just kind of like saying shit to pass the time, I guess, or something. I don't know. The fact that in chapter 2 you're able to refuse it is just like what is it then? Because it can't be anything that vital to where like you need the free time away from the player, basically. Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, like that scene with the Ferris wheel is the one that Rousey doesn't want to miss in the weird. Or well, I think what it is that maybe Rousey never got to give the option for Chris to see that scene. Oh, Shay is live. Shout out to Shay. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know how to feel about it. It's like it can't be like super important, but it feels like notable. It has to be something that, like, you know, if Rousey needs like to talk to Chris specifically and have the player not be there. I think those scenes are Rousey showing Chris how Susie's grown, that she'll be fine. Maybe, yeah. I could see that actually, yeah, potentially. Oh, my VTuber's acting up a bit. Okay, yeah, I don't know, it's interesting to think about that. Like, it's weird. Everything about that shit is weird, and I feel like I feel like I need to see more of the game to really be sure of, like, what is going on with that. But I could see it being that, like, maybe Rousey is, like, assuring Chris, like, that Susie's grown a lot already and everything. It's weird. Whatever reading just joined, this is someone's comment that was way too long to be made a YouTube comment, so they made it a paste bin. So I'm reading through it myself and, you know, gleaning my thoughts on it as I go. Okay. Swatch also does this in Nakazaton Cafe, where they refer to Chris as the young human while potentially referring to the player as boss. Interestingly, the same nickname Jigsaw Joe uses. Oh. Alright. Hang on. Yeah, context as Jigsaw Joe saying boss, yeah. Yeah, which I, you know, like I had like a little annotation about that in the video, which I didn't notice that Swatch also does that, which is definitely notable. That's fucking weird. Huh. Also, Andrew says, a fucked possibility is the Chapter 2 cutscene is skippable because it's a pure auto-scroller until we wanted to have mercy on speedrunners or something, because half the fucking game is a dialogue-based auto-scroller. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely could be, like, for speedrunning reasons. I definitely get you there. Again, you know, if it's, like, purely a cutscene. Though, I don't know, maybe it serves a dual purpose. If I had to think, I'm not sure. Again, everything about it is weird. It raises more questions than answers, the more I dig into it. I think it's just, like, I think we just need more examples of whatever the fuck Rousey's doing. Get an idea of, like, what the hell Rousey's actually saying to Chris anyway. And not just, like, being cut off at the end of it. Man, I'm sorry, a lot of people say Rousey isn't evil, but it's so obvious they're hiding something. Oh yeah, absolutely. I just don't think Rousey is going to be, like, fucking evil and say, I tricked you all. You have all fallen for my evil trick. I'm going to take over the world, or whatever. That's what I don't think is gonna happen, personally. But he's hiding something for sure. I think he's definitely, like, hiding some, like, information still, because, he was definitely already hiding, like, in Chapter 2, some stuff, like, until, like, the last minute. Like, you know, like, until it was, like, you know, he absolutely had to say something. So, and even after Spam Thing, he's, like, you know, he tries to kind of, shrug off the subject, so it's, like, I don't know. I think he's hiding something, I just don't think he's gonna be, like, evil outright. Maybe an antagonist, depending on the route, but not, like, evil. Now, yeah, Rousey's up to something, but I think he's just trying to make all ends meet and trying to make everyone happy, and so that kind of makes him come across as weird on all fronts and sometimes. Yeah, I made it to a stream. Hello. Something I thought of is how it seems there's a pattern forming with where the man appears in a chapter. It seems as though he always appears in between the two strangest rooms in the chapter, with Chapter 1's 2 rooms being plenty strange. The Star Walker that barely looks like a star doesn't walk unless it loses its wings, being able to interact with it after it loses its wings. Yeah, between the two strangest rooms. Okay. Talking to the original Star Walker honestly, or in the other room, just a sign with a strange rhyme, or a tree in the middle, and by spinning around the circle, the room gets darker, revealing the tree to be something. Interacting with it opens the way forward. If you do so without making the room darker, you get the one-time Rousey calls you out for knowing something you shouldn't. Huh. Okay. Okay, so I never thought about that. Yeah, like the. No, what caught my attention was the line about Rousey knowing something the player shouldn't. Or, like, the player knowing something that they shouldn't. Huh, I never actually got that line. I have to check that out myself. That's fucking weird. Meanwhile, the Chapter 2 rooms you pretty much covered in the video, so we should be on the lookout for strange rooms where a transition causes the music to start from the beginning in future chapters. Yeah, I think generally, and when the next chapters are out, I don't even care, like, what's gonna be. I'm going to search every corner of every fucking room, I swear to God. I'm going to, like, pay attention to the music whenever I switch rooms. I'm gonna pay attention to everything. I'm gonna make sure I try to miss, like, as little as possible. And just see everything I can. I'm gonna be thorough as fuck, but there's definitely stuff to look out for, like the music repeating from the beginning and stuff. Yeah, you mentioned that in the pastebin, yeah, where like where like the key pieces thing, it's like if you solve that without having been to Card Castle, like Rossley doesn't cut you out for that. Which is weird as fuck. Like, you know, like he doesn't call you out for that, but he calls you out for the tree thing, which is like, what? Okay. I don't think people talk about Spamton's sprite visibly distorting in the overworld at all, which is strange since it seems like something people should be talking about. I suppose so. I guess it's just 'cause it's like one of those things where, like, as I said in the video, it's just like with Spamton, it's like you kind of just go along with it. Like, what do I even have to say? It's just fucking weird. The guy is crazy. Like, I think he's just like that. Like, it's like to an extent, I just kind of have to go with it. Like, it's weird, but like, what? How do I even go about it at that point? It's like the door in the trash zone. It's just like, what? How? Why? I don't know. While the Dark Rose is somewhat odd, I don't think it should allow for the way Spamton looks both here and elsewhere. Yeah, it's weird. And I feel like it's a thing where you just kind of go with it. Like, there's definitely an influence there, maybe, but it's just like, it just is what it is. Like, I just simply have no comment. It just has me speechless. Alright. The phone is also something that I think should be brought up more often, though maybe I don't watch enough Deltarune Theory videos. It's strange how the person Spamton was talking to on the phone supposedly left him, yet when he left his room in the mansion, he was on the phone with somebody, and even though he doesn't want to be alone, he never picks up the phone that keeps ringing, and over half of the songs related to him. I wonder who's on the other end that Spamton doesn't want to talk to. I never thought of taking it literally like that, but maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure where to take that line of thought, but I never thought of taking it literally. Maybe there's something to it. Like, maybe there's something that he just doesn't, there's somebody that he, like, that genuinely doesn't want to talk to. Like, I don't know, maybe Tenna or something, if I had to guess. But, why would Tenna be calling him, though? Was the thing. Yeah, it's odd. Does the phone in the shop even exist? Oh, right. Well, when you put Spamton in the disc, it doesn't, if I recall, yeah. So it's, like, part of, like, the... It's part of Spamton's just presence, I guess? I don't know. There's an interesting little theory about this line concerning Spamton saying too many access, which seems redundant. But however, what if accessification is some sort of corruption of access violation? Oh! Meaning that by talking about the night he was trying to access information he wasn't allowed to. I never thought of that. That's... You definitely would have to assume that that's like meant to be like a sort of typo or like rewording, but that is really interesting. I never caught that. I would never have caught that. That's actually really cool. I genuinely would not have caught that. That's actually a really cool observation. Like I don't think it's really like... I'm not sure if that's the case, but I almost kind of hope it is. Like, that's a really cool way to put it. I think the deal is with Image Friend is simply that whoever this represents is outside of the game in whatever way that can mean. I do agree with that line of thought. Because of the way that it's like file named and everything, it's meant to imply that like that they exist like outside the bounds of the game, essentially. And that they could kind of like peek in and out of it more or less because they exist like above it in a way. I interpret it as being outside of any Dark World and being in between them in some way that it doesn't really mesh with the context of the other all caps files. Perhaps being outside of the game means having reached whatever goal Spamton wants to reach, maybe? What I think is that that the all caps thing is meant to imply that it's on the same level as the menus, and that like it's able to access like any part of any world basically, and any part of the executable. So it's like it kind of has like a more kernel level access to the world of Deltarune in a way. You know, like at least that's kind of what I think. It's weird. It's really strange. And I fucking bet you, in chapters 3 through 5, we're going to probably get more exceptions to the whole like, oh, they're only in menus thing. There's gonna be more all caps files that are gonna be like present in the game itself, and they're gonna be similarly weird. I bet, especially if we ever get it, if we fight Image Friend as a secret boss, I think if we get Image Friend as a secret boss, all of the code and files related to them are gonna be like similarly all caps, and it's gonna be fucking weird. That's at least what I think. I'm really excited to see that personally. I'm really curious to see how that's gonna be like handled like internally. If Toby even wants to go that hard, honestly, like who knows. Banger reference. What was this in reference to? Oh, is this in reference to? Oh, yeah, Toho. A battle against a menu level entity. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be fucking weird. I think it'll be really cool. You know what I think it is? I think it'll be fun for the people who are expecting Gaster to be like a fight against Gaster to kind of be like that. I think that's what Image Friend is going to be like for the people who want that, because I think Gaster's going to be approached way differently, like in a, if we ever have to confront him properly. Like, I don't think we're going to fight him traditionally, if we ever do. That's at least what I think. Something that's kind of interesting is how this implies that the shop in its entirety is a part of Spamton. Yeah, we just mentioned this before. The same wall appears in the path of something as Spamton Newsfeed, but then what does that mean for the phone? Yeah. Again, like, it's a part of Spamton's just general presence, which is like, what could that mean? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, like, the phone's weird. I mean, I guess it kind of lines up with, like, Spamton and being really connected to the concept of phones and calling people. I guess, like, it's meant to call to that part of him in a way. Yeah, but, yeah, there's something to that for sure. My personal interpretation of Chris's feelings about Spamton is similar to one of yours, in that Chris saw Spamton as someone who needed help, that they tried their hardest to help them, and in the end landed themselves in serious danger. How even after that they tried to cut the strings that Spamton was noticeably frustrated at, only for that to be what brings him down in the end. Yeah, only for their demise to be seemingly inevitable is probably what made Chris that freaked out. Yeah, and I think, like, I could see that working too, where it's like you had the genuine expectation that it would work or do something positive, and then it didn't. Like, it just kind of fucked over Spamton at the end of the day anyway, and it's like... It's like, I guess in a way at least it gives Spamton the solace that it's like, he did try what he could. And that, like, he just can't change his circumstances, as tragic as it is, but it's like, yeah, that would fuck up Chris as well, for sure. If they really felt, like, invested in that, and wanted to help Spamton genuinely. Yeah, I could definitely see that being the case, honestly. I hadn't thought about that more deeply. You mentioned Spamton not saying anything meta, but I don't think that's what you should be looking at specifically. During his fight, the narrator seems to be taken over by him. While I in particular is noteworthy being great enemy, subscribe now, where it looks like the narrator is about to say something before the lines becomes something barely intelligible. Huh. I hadn't thought of that. I didn't actually notice that myself. That's fucking strange. Oh yeah, he has two check descriptions, which you could say the first is Spamton's own description he would use, and the second is the actual narrator's description. Right. I didn't know about that either. It's been a while since I played deltarune, so, some of it's kind of lost on me, but... some of the check dialogue and stuff, that's like a whole other thing. Not to mention Spamton responding to the narrator near the end of the weird ride. That's also true. I didn't think about that either. I mean, I just thought it was like a cool thing, but that is also true that it's like... that he responds to the narrator. That is weird. Like... yeah, like a character hasn't ever really done that, actually, now that I think about it. That is interesting. It seems as though each secret boss might have some knowledge or power over a specific part of the game, and jealousy and stats and Spamton seeing the narrator. I wonder if this is an actual trend that will continue, and if so, what the future bosses will bring to the table. Maybe. Although I feel like Spamton sees a lot more than just like the narrator. You know what I mean? I don't think there's like a specific thing that they're like exclusive to knowing from what I could gather. Like it's kind of a weird variety of stuff because Spamton's weirdly aware of the soul and like, you know, like how like the soul is seen in battle and everything. So I don't know. I don't think Gaster could be overcome. I think he may just want trust. Who posted this pastebin? Endless Words. Right here. Okay, yeah, there's still a good bit before we're done with this, but I'm gonna try to read through all of it if I can. Oh man, their fucking name is Endless Words. I know, it's awesome. But yeah. But yeah, I could kind of. I think like their knowledge isn't exclusive to one aspect of the game. If I had to, you know, like thinking more about it, but I did get where you're coming from with it. I think there is a chance that like, you know, I think they just have a more general knowledge of stuff where like they will end up focusing on a specific thing, but their knowledge does seem to kind of be more broad in a way once they reach that kind of status as a secret boss, more or less. That's at least kind of what I'm thinking, in that regard. I was mainly talking about knowledge relating to their battles. That is also true. Okay. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Alright. OMG, Molly drinking water. Alright. Alright, okay. I guess the Yellow Soul. Who knows what it can mean? Though I understand you wanting to keep Deltarune separate from Undertale for the time being, I think we should take a look at Undertale for something interesting, that being just how weird the Yellow Soul actually is. A recap, Papyrus has the Blue Soul and a Green Soul. Alphys could be said to have the Yellow Soul, and Muffet has the Purple Soul. Apart from the Yellow Soul, all other soul modes restrict your movement in a way that makes sense story-wise. Papyrus keeping you to the ground to make his bones harder to dodge, and 9 wanting you to run away while starting your fair fight, Muffet trapping you in her web, while the Yellow Soul doesn't restrict your movement at all. The other soul modes are applied to you via magic, being invisible or instantaneous because of Papyrus, a slasher recipe for Undying, yeah. And the Yellow Soul comes from something else, being a yellow button Alphys installed on your phone. This button press is said to make the phone resonate with Mettaton's presence, which results in the soul turning 180 degrees towards Mettaton, turning yellow, and being able to shoot bullets. It doesn't really make sense diegetically, specifically the soul turning 180 degrees. It's not like the bullets have to come out at that point, right? We don't really know if how the souls look is just an approximation made for the game, though that's more of a nitpick. Finally, the soul turns yellow for every Mettaton fight following this, without any input necessary, where even Undyne had to reapply her magic every time she engaged in a new fight with you. That is also true, yeah, like the soul turns yellow like automatically after that point. Which like I hadn't actually called attention to that yet, because it's like with Undyne it's like it has to be reapplied each time. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Taking all this in consideration, and looking at how strange the yellow soul appears in Deltarune, I honestly wouldn't be surprised that the yellow soul is the only other color we see in Deltarune, even if it wouldn't make much sense from a game design standpoint. I mean, I do think we're going to see the other soul modes, personally. I think if we saw the yellow one, it kind of makes sense to put, like, the other ones in somehow. I think it's just that we haven't seen how the other soul modes work in, like, the lore of Deltarune, because the lore of the souls is, like, slightly altered between the two games. Like, there's some consistencies, but there's some differences, and we don't really know the rules of how souls work in Deltarune currently. The only way to leave the fight is to have a red soul. That is also true. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I again, it's interesting to think about. I haven't really considered that personally. Yeah, like there's some, again, there is a chance that it's meant to connect to Undertale, like for Spam to Neo, but it's like, you know, I try to keep them separate so I can see like how it slowly works in Deltarune and like the rules within it. But like, but I do get where you're coming from with this, honestly, because there is some stuff I hadn't really taken into account with it, and that, like, you know, especially with it, like, you know, turning 180 degrees and everything. Yeah, there is a chance it's not really something to think too deeply about, but it's just weird. I think once we get some of the other soul modes, and once we like see how souls work in Deltarune, I think it'll make more sense, like, why that happens specifically. My current bet is that it has something to do with the use of blue attack specifically. And something about that probably triggered it, I think. That's at least what I think, but I don't know. It's one of those, like, mysteries that's really hard to tell for sure. Okay, another interesting theory claims that the Shadow Mantle was actually the cape King was wearing at the end of Chapter 1 that just seems to fly off after his fake out defeat. If we have seen the Shadow Mantle before, I'd say that cape would be it as well. I do think it's plausible. I don't know if it is the Shadow Mantle, but I think it's possible. Maybe. I'm not sure, but potentially. Lagging? So I don't see any dropped frames for me. I seem to be fine currently. Unless unless my internet went out again or something, I don't fucking know. Okay, well, yeah, like, you know, to get more about this, it's like, I don't have much more to say with it. But, yeah, again, I hadn't thought about it too much. Okay, I had to make sure. Who the fuck knows if the soul itself changing color is even a literal manifestation? Yeah, it's weird. I mean, part of the reason it's so difficult to tell is because it's just like, is it meant to be literal? How much of it is like just a approximation for the player to make sense of it? It's just like, where's like the line there? That's like the hard part with like theorizing in this field. Is just like, how literal is it? How not literal is it? Yeah, it's like if we knew what they are, and we could see past the abstraction more clearly, I think it would be easier to tell for sure. And the Shadow Mantle, you know, definitely plausible. I'm not sure, but I've seen that theory. I can't say I'd, like, you know, outright disagree with it. I think it's possible. Given, you know, we don't have much to work with currently other than that, so sure. I would probably be mostly looking at this point because it is getting late and I'm getting too EP to talk in chat. Fair enough, yeah. Okay, this may seem a bit odd, but I don't think your choices don't matter is meant to be the main thing of Deltarune. After all, you get the voice in the prologue telling you no one can choose who they are in this world, which is vague enough to be interpreted as your choices don't matter, but could be interpreted in a couple other ways. Then Susie says in your start chapter 1, if you haven't gotten it by now, your choices don't matter, which struck me as strange because this is right after Susie asks Triss a question before denying them a chance to answer. She also doesn't really see Chris make any other choices. If anything, she sees how they don't make a choice at all. Meanwhile, your choices actually do matter in both the light and dark worlds. In the dark world, there's the choice of listening to the legend or not, prompting additional dialogue. There's a choice of ignoring also when he's giving his tutorial. There's a choice of giving the Jugs as a dark dollar to put in their hole, and many others. In the light world, you have multiple different choices, such as talking with Onion-san, visiting Rudy in the hospital, talking with as many people as you can. In Chapter 2, I'm pretty sure Rudy comments if you check the sink before talking to him in Chapter 1 to do it again in Chapter 2. Something I find amusing is how by doing the immoral acts in the light world, you can get dollars, seemingly 10 per chapter excluding Chapter 1. And if everything lines up with Birdley being the generous library worker he is, you can pay the fine and in return how to draw dragons right before Asriel comes back from college, which would be really interesting to see if it does end up happening. In other words, your choices absolutely do matter, it's just that they might not get you an entirely new ending. Yeah, I've seen that sentiment too, and I can get behind that, where it's like, your choices matter, it's just that, you can't change your fate necessarily, you can't play God, more or less. Your choices matter, to those closer to you, but, it's not gonna change, the bigger picture, necessarily. It might, but it's not guaranteed to. Definitely not. Yeah, I definitely can get behind that, personally. I definitely get where you're coming from with that. There's a lot of choices you can make there. I think the theme of it being more so no one can choose who they are rather than your choices don't matter, that is also an important distinction to make, where, no one can choose who you are. I haven't actually even thought of that. Maybe the theme is no one can choose who they are, rather than, your choices don't matter, which, they are two different things, in a way, if you really think about it. And the former might be more important considering it's coming from, a sort of narrator figure, more or less. Your choices do matter, but only to the lewd dragon book that your brother has overdue from the library. True. Still have quite a bit to go with this, but, we're making good progress. There's a couple more hints, just that they're vague enough to not be seen as hints. What are you referring to specifically? 114.55. Okay, yeah, this is referring to stuff like Queen saying how Noelle's strong, and Noelle saying how she isn't physically strong, or how by going on the wrong way after getting Noelle, she has unique dialogue, and how you always run into the very, very good who chooses to know how to fight. Yeah, there's slight hints. There are some slight hints that I didn't mention that, imply, that, you're going off the bean path, and, some stuff about Noelle being strong, but it's again, I think I mentioned this in one of the other streams, where it's just, the hints are there, but it's the kind of hints you would only know that they are hints if you've already done the weird route. You would not think, on a blind playthrough, that they would lead to where they end up leading, in my opinion. That's at least how I feel about it, is, they're there, but, it's so out of the fucking way that, it would only be a hint if you already knew the context. Yeah, retroactive foreshadowing hints, basically. What I think the weird route to be is you using Noelle's strength to do something the game didn't intend for you to do. There are a lot of things that contribute to this, especially looking at the files related to the weird route. Its name, how it's also referred to as Side B, the music that plays slow like Undertale's No Mercy versions, but the music actually being sped up in-game as though there's nothing in the game that wants to deny what you're doing. Pretend as though nothing's wrong. Huh. Okay. The music names of D.OGG, Birdley Battle Heart True, and Flashback all seem out of place. Snowgrave actually costs 200 TP normally, and because the Ring of Thorns reduces TP cost in half, it makes Snowgrave castable. So why does Snowgrave cost 200% TP? When you return to the Light World in a weird route, Noelle seems to be the only one to act differently. The pauses in between Noelle calling Birdley's name feel like it's meant to be Birdley talking, though he can't talk. And so there isn't a dialogue box that pops up. Susie saying a single sentence differently before jumping into what she talks about in the normal route, but not showing any concern for Birdley. Noelle noticing Chris in the hospital before Susie, but Susie still responds before Noelle's even seen her. Rudy calling Susie over only because he's a little bit more worried for Noelle, telling Susie places that she could take Noelle to make her feel better. Nobody else in the Light World acting any differently, which Noelle even calls out by wondering how nobody else seems to notice how differently Chris is acting. this is what happens when you make your choices matter to the fullest extent. Yeah, and I definitely get behind. I definitely hit about 45 minutes on this comment. we're getting there. I think we're gonna be done with it pretty soon. We're already getting pretty far in now. I mean, we're like what here? I know we're like all the way around here, roughly. So, all right. Yeah, yeah, I definitely get that sentiment. Like, you know, it's meant to be like you using a loophole to do something you're not supposed to, and I definitely do agree with that personally. It's all meant to kind of like, you know, go together to really be this like. I think it all kind of comes together as like, you know, to kind of give off the feeling of like you did something that you're not supposed to, and even though things are still mostly the same, you know, something has definitely been like altered in a way that like you otherwise wouldn't have been able to. And it's definitely fucking it's I like it. I do like it for that because it makes it so unsettling to me is the thing. So I definitely like that about it. Yeah, this is what happens when you make your choices matter to their fullest extent. I completely get that. You can bring the will up the Samanthan's door in the normal route as well. It's just that doing the weird route naturally leads you up the Samanthan's door, leaving people to assume this interaction is specific to the weird route. Yeah, I more so just mentioned it specifically because, like, you know, it's one of those things like that kind of alludes to the general, like, nostalgic vibe of Deltarune. Howdy, Molly. Hello, Juniper. But yeah, I do think, you know, yeah, it's not exclusive to the weird route, but but you know, it is one of those things that's like important to note in any case because it does touch on the whole nostalgia theme for sure. Yeah, this is entirely a coincidence. It's just like a percentage which just happens to be 55. I just mention it because like in case people are like, how did Molly not talk about the LV thing? You still on the paste bin? It's that long? Yeah. Endless words couldn't even like make it like an actual comment. That's why it's a paste bin. But yeah, we're making pretty good progress now. We're getting closest to the end of it. It's interesting how you didn't end up mentioning the small transfer Rousey sprite to be looking right at you in a modified pose. Yeah, it was one of those things I forgot to mention, but it's also like, I don't know what to make of it. It's weird. Toby just coded that in for like no fucking reason. It was mentioned in one of Half-Bread's videos, but just like, I don't know what to make of it. It's just so out of the way. I don't even know. And like, with how big part 2 already was, it was just basically like, you know, there's just some stuff I kind of left out because it was just like, man, I just can't. The video is so packed as is. I left my theory about that under HBC's video. Huh. Fun fact, in the version of the cutscene you used, the damage numbers appear blue, being Chris's color. Oh. I didn't know that. Actually, yeah, they were changed from blue to yellow, showing that it's Noelle dealing the damage. I didn't know that. Well, that's interesting to know, actually. I didn't notice. Yeah, the colors were changed. I mean, I assumed that Noelle did it anyway, but the fact that like, you know, though they were changed to kind of specify that definitely helps. Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure. I believe the Psylocke isn't from the weird route, but is actually just if you don't have any recruits from chapter 2. Yes, Half-Bread did mention this. That is a thing that I kind of mixed up on, is that it's not exclusive to weird route. It's just if you do end up recruiting some people, or if you don't recruit some, then it just kind of does that in general. So that is true. It's not exclusive to the weird route. Okay, what is this? What is this? And what is it? It's interesting how you gloss over this here, though you might bring it up in part 3. 134.27.
Or the fact that this is the only scene so far where you have player control outside of this.
Oh, yeah. I find this version very interesting, considering how it's observable that being in a situation that takes control from you also gives control to Chris with how they communicate only when people are talking, never initiating a conversation themselves, and how they only move in cutscenes. This version of the cutscene shows how your actions in doing the weird route have affected the rules of the game, how you were able to exert your control over Chris even in a cutscene. which has interesting implications for how the riddle will play in the future. Yeah, I kind of gloss over it, but it does kind of set a precedent there where it's like, because of you doing the weird ride, you're able to just do that in a cutscene now. I do kind of hope that, like, in future weird rides, it kind of, like, leans into that, you know, where, like, you're able to just, like, control the game outside of like, even during cutscenes. And it just kind of completely messes with the flow of everything. I do hope that's something that the game leads into with future weird routes. That's something that I really like about, like, how just unsettling that cutscene is. It's just like, oh shit. Like, I have more power than I thought initially. Like, I think in Chapter 2 is just like that one-off instance, but I think in the future weird routes there's gonna be, like, more moments like that for sure. Alright. Okay. You bring up the manual, but fail to mention how it's explicitly written by rlly and also includes the key binding showing that rlly knows the controls past just pressing Z to interact with objects. That is also true, yeah. That is also really fucking weird. Yeah, Toby did show it off in the Fangamer screen. It does have to count for something. I don't think it's, like, super important, but the fact that it's there still, and the fact that it even shows the controls past, like you know, just pressing Z is, like, just the fact he knows about player controls in general like that is weird. It's odd. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, you know, it's one of those things. It's just like, rlly is just like that, and I really want to know why, and like how he has that access to that information. All right. Gonna be drinking more water real quick. Something else I didn't talk about that I find interesting is the sincerity Des and Azrael take Noelle's sighting with. Do you think the cool older siblings would reassure Noelle that boxes can come to life or just imagining it or something similar, and that they burn the box, burn its eyes in particular, and then bury it in the ground? Almost as though they genuinely fear that the box was alive, as though they knew it could happen. Oh, okay, I hadn't thought about this interpretation. Maybe Des and Azrael actually ended up in the Dark World somewhere, and it scared them enough for them to take this amount of action concerning what Noelle saw. Huh. That's just called small town entertainment. That is also true. It could just be like, you know, for the fuck of it. Though I guess the interpretation that maybe it's because they actually were in a Dark World before and got kind of freaked out is also, like, intriguing. I hadn't thought of it from that angle, and it's like, you know, maybe. Just maybe, I don't know. We really don't know, like, much of anything about Azrael or Des, like, you know, like, in terms of, like, you know, what their actual experience with this stuff is. Or was, rather, so it's like, I don't know the likelihood of it, but it could just be, like, it could be either that or just, like, hey, small town entertainment, just fucking burn a box and bury it in the graveyard, why not? Right. They know Dark Worlds exist, and so ensure that if the box ever becomes a Darkner, it will be the most fucked up, horrifying version of zombie icy imaginable. Yeah, they thought Chris scaring them all with it was good enough. They decided to one-up them. They were like, hey, you know what? Whenever they eventually make a Dark World here, Noelle's gonna get so fucking scared. It'll be so funny, Des. Come on. Melting icy is an image for sure. Alright. Every page in the Strength of Sleep can be accessed from the main page in some way except for two. These two are Man and Des. Yes. Only reachable by looking past what is presented, by digging deeper and seeing what is hidden from what is normally seen. The comparison you can make with Man is clear enough, but what does that mean for Des? Well, I mean, I think for Des it's pretty clear. You go to the December page and it's a fake 404, so you're like, okay, December doesn't work, but, you know, she also goes by Des, so what if it's Des? and then you type that in, and then you get that page. So at least that's how what I think about it. I think with man it makes sense because it's like, okay, like the egg. Well, what if there's a man? You know, what if there's like a page for a man? So you type that in, and then you get that. I think it's just kind of like, you know, like the accounting for like a few like leaps in logic, I suppose. Oh, low battery, it says for my phone. Okay, after all that I've said, what I'm about to put forward might be the craziest thing yet. Okay. Okay. Listening to this scene in the blog post makes me think some things. How Susie acts towards Chris while also potentially projecting how she feels parallels the scene in early chapter 1. Susie mentioning that apple shampoo that's brought up in chapter 2. Susie insulting Toriel in the scene but not in the scene from chapter 1. Me thinking to myself, how could this scene and the scene in chapter 1 both happen when they're so similar? What if the scene didn't actually happen? After all, look at what Chris does. They catch the apple Susie throws at them with an unnatural reaction speed, which Noel attributes to them being a gamer. They say something so quietly, so fast that it doesn't even seem like their mouth moves, and yet Susie darts out of the room after hearing it. They exit the room only to immediately open up the Noel's locker, which she's hiding in, before closing it just as quickly. All this as though it was rehearsed, as though Chris just knows what to do, what to say. As though Chris has already been in this exact situation before. Deltarune might actually incorporate a time loop for all I know, and this scene makes it very likely in my mind. I went to this train of thought not because of the Susie stuff, but specifically because of the birdcage, because I'm just like, I can't think of any explanation at the time, or like I couldn't at the time. I still can't, but I'm trying to still brainstorm to see if there's anything else I can make of it. But it does make sense. I mean, part of me just also thinks maybe Chris is just cool. Maybe they're just like that, but also the fact that, you know, that they know exactly what to do and what to say, and the fact that they... Oh, wait a minute. I mean, there is also the fact that, you know, like, after the whole thing, Noelle just screams, like, holy cheese and crackers, and then that's what makes Chris, like, you know, check the locker. Out of, like, you know, just like, oh, like, what the fuck was that? But yeah, I mean, that could be decent evidence for the time loop thing. Like, that's definitely, like, you know, been a pretty common theory that I've seen, is that, like, the game is in a time loop. I think Jar is a proponent of the time loop theory. Yeah, he's like one of the main people who I remember having made that theory, actually. So yeah. Yeah, I think there's some plausibility to it potentially. I feel like the time loop thing is like such a reach that I don't want to assume that's the case unless I have like no other explanation. But you know, it could be decent evidence for that camp. What do you think of Jar? I think Jar is fine. You know, I like his videos. I know people have kind of like and I know people sometimes feel strongly about his like takes on the game, but honestly, I think I respect his like dedication to like having his own interpretation of the game. Honestly, you know, like, you know, like, and I think there was even some elements of his videos like, you know, I do generally kind of agree with, and I can get behind like how he got to that train of thought genuinely. So I don't know. I like seeing everyone's interpretations of the game. Honestly, just in general, I'm like I really enjoy like seeing all that. And that's all I have to say about your video. I quite enjoyed it, and if you couldn't tell from what I just said, I'll be looking forward to what sort of crazy theory you've put together in part 3. Thank you. Well, I, as a person who writes all of Jaru's theories, I think I'm in fact the knight. I think I am in fact the knight. So true, Leandro. That's awesome. But yeah, thank you. This was a really long comment, but I'm glad I managed to get through it. I really like all the stuff you brought up, for sure. There's some stuff I hadn't really accounted for in that comment, and you know, it's stuff like that where it's like, you know, I'm glad to see like people really bring up stuff that I hadn't thought of, because these games are so fucking big. Like, what? Like, I'm sure there's other games you could think of that would do this, but it's like the fact Deltarune causes like people to write up this much just like in the comments of the videos about it is insane. You know, it's impressive to me, and I love it. I really enjoyed the comment though, honestly. I'm glad you had so much to say about it, genuinely. I really appreciate it. it's definitely made me think a lot about some of the more like specific parts of like some of the shit I discussed in that video for sure. And again, like I want to get people thinking. Ultimately, that's what it is. So I'm glad I kind of be able to help with that. How long have we been going? Like I think like between these streams, how long have we been going? It's been 2 hours 23 minutes roughly. How long was this one? An hour and 42. We are like 4 hours through right now, something like that. It does feel like 4 hours in, even though despite the 2 hour like break in it. All right. Video just started and there's already a roommate jump scared W. Alright. Oh yeah! Okay, I'm gonna get to that in a bit. I have to read a few more. Repulsion commented, "No cool fucking skull with blue flames for eyes detected. Unsubed." For both, though, amazing video. Thank you. It's really cool to see how deep Deltarune's UI system really turns out to be and how it can be involved to a meta-narrative point. Here, have these 2 thingies that I'd like to point out. The fucking emoji. I got a feeling that the characters using your own name in the town could be for something both story-related and a gag. I say this because it kind of feels similar to how Earthbound used all the info gathered on the name of the characters, your favorite food, and your favorite thing. Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Goner Maker is just meant to be like Gaster's version of that. Just like, oh, there's this quirky little RPG, where it's like, tells you about your favorite food and everything, and ask you about that. What if I just did that at the beginning of the game and, did it in my own little fucked up way? I do wonder if, like, maybe your answers in the Goner Maker will pop up like that in, like, very, like niche ways, potentially, throughout the game. I do wonder if there's going to be something like that, like, where it's not, like, super important, it just kind of pops up and it's like, oh, that. Okay, alright, yeah, like using your favorite food as a prompt for Nessa's favorite food, or how the game asks you to confirm your name on multiple occasions up until the fight with Guy gets where it's used as if you were praying for the protagonist's safety. Yeah. I could see it being used like that at the end too, where it's like meant to be kind of like to refer to like a sort of higher force to kind of pray for the safety of the protagonist and stuff. I like that take on it. With Toby updating the Swimped fight making him go Sycamore using the big shot exploit, do you think this could count as something that Swimpton might know about the UI, or could this just be taken out as a small little change that Toby did for the lulz? I think it's in the camp of just more something that Toby did for the funny. Was that Sans JPEG always doing the closed mouth smile? Maybe, I don't know. All I know is that he remembers your pacifists. In the case this main account, maybe the fact that something's capable of acknowledging your inventory is full with him mentioning that you can carry 48 items could, maybe. Again, like it's kind of meant to add more to the fact that secret bosses and darkness in general just kind of have like a weird amount of like a knowledge about like the UI and like how stuff works in the dark world. It wouldn't surprise me if they knew a bit about like how that stuff worked, if it's like a core system to the way it works in the dark world. Yeah, like I don't think the big shot like sicko mode part of it is like meant to be like a super big thing meta narratively. I think it just happens to kind of fit into how Spampton works as a boss. And Toby was like, hey, I could use this to, play into it and also have like a nice exploit with like a cost to it. I've really felt like my privacy was violated when the town's name was mentioned. Yeah, God, it was surreal. There's a reason why I had it played out like like I had to put Rouse in a fucking chokehold after like seeing it, just like, what are you hiding? But yeah, yeah, I do like this. I do like this though. The idea of like the names kind of like working like how Earthbound did with like the favorite food and all that. Yeah, thank you, Repulsum. Finally saw everything in this video. God, the editing for the intro Super 6 sections was so well done. I can't even imagine how long that must have taken. Thank you, thank you. I think the intro and sweepstakes sections, I think they each were kind of like their own session, I think, if I recall. The intro, I think, took like roughly like one editing session. Like, you know, it took us like a few hours to do. And then the sweepstakes bit was it definitely took like probably like a couple days like to get all the resources and assets, and then like you know, a little bit more to kind of get the actual editing done. I think collectively though, between the two, I don't think it took like any more than like a day or two to I don't think it took like any more than like a day or two to really get the to really get both of those sections done like collectively. My editing speed is kind of quick, honestly, once I'm getting down to it, so you know, I don't think it took like too long, but I definitely had to like, you know, sit down and like focus on those more, because they were definitely a lot more involved than like most of the rest of the video. Screaming, crying, throwing up. Oh god. A fellow Hilux enjoyer. I know this channel actually though. They cover a lot of stuff on Hilux and other shit, if I recall. I remember watching a few of Harry's videos on like the Hilux iceberg, if you're listening like that. Very cool videos. I'm glad to see Harry commented on the video. I'm obliged to comment on any video that even vaguely hints towards Hilux. I'd love to see your thoughts, theories, analysis on those games. I would definitely like to do videos on Hilux at some point, because they're so fucking esoteric and like just insane in their aesthetic. They're really fun. I will say though, I'm kind of dreading making a Hilux video, because if the thing about me is if I make a video on a specific thing that I'm covering, I try to kind of lean into the vibe of it. Hilux is like, you know, really entirely like claymation. That is something I don't have experience in. I have a bit of experience with, like, you know, working with clay, but not claymation. I need to get someone to help me with that though, if I ever do that. I don't think I could do it myself. That's one of those things that I need someone to help me with that if I ever make a Hilux video. That's like I want that shit to be like extra. I hear Hilux is good. It's good. The first game is like, you know, a little bit wild, it's a bit more out there, but Hilux 2 especially is a really good game. Really, really good. I would definitely recommend it if you just want something to kind of like just zone the fuck out to, in terms of just the overall aesthetic of it. There is a third one coming out soon, yeah. I know Mason's been kind of hinting at it here and there. I really enjoy how waiting for one of these videos to come out is as exciting as waiting for new Deltarune chapters to come out. I really appreciate it, thank you. I'm glad it's like nearly kind of the same vibe as that, honestly, god. You could do a low frame rate VTuber model to emulate the claymation effect? Maybe. Yeah. If I do that and like maybe sharpen the fuck out of it or something, like I don't know, if I were to use like the OBS filters as an example, like I don't fucking know, like sharpen it and then make it super sharp and then just like add a bunch of contrast or something. Oh, that's already in use, okay. But just like, you know, something like this, or no, not really, it's like a, they're trying to get a vibe for what I'm talking about here, but like, well, you know the vibe. If you've seen the games, you know what I'm going for here, but just like super, like kind of like fucked up looking, probably like posturized to hell and back, and just like, you know, that kind of vibe. I could probably do something like that potentially, but ideally just like, you know, like just straight up claymation works too. Sure. Alright, you laying out the evidence like this made me realize for the first time how prominent the ideas of memories and forgetting them actually are in this game. Yeah, even though characters have memories of each other and different events from the past, it feels like something has to interfere with them or their abilities to access them accurately. Like, Susie and Chris clearly have pre-existing beef, but it goes unacknowledged by both of them. Well, I mean, the pre-existing beef thing is like, you know, debatable. Noelle is lost memory central, true. She was a huge part of Chris's childhood and was no doubt with them for some key traumatizing events, but she seems to have forgotten the details about exactly how everything changed. She couldn't remember how to get to the secret door in Dragon Blazers, but she found it every time anyway. She couldn't remember the name of the Peepus. Well, it wasn't the name of the Peepus, it was the name of the specific egg that she got, the special egg, which isn't the Peepus, but yeah. And Sham's line about the Funking seemingly forgetting that they forgot that they fought Jevil definitely sticks out here. Yeah, like as if like referring to the player, like, oh, like clearly you fought it. Yeah. It makes me think about Gaster being wiped from memory and existence for all but the Gaster followers, also the memory heads from Undertale. It just feels like Chris remembers more than everyone else in Hometown. We don't know their thoughts, so it's hard to know exactly what they do and don't remember. Alright. The Gaster egg. The gig. Alright. Alright, yeah, I do kind of agree with I feel like there is definitely, like, the theme of memory and, like, forgetting really prominent things is, like, it's one of those themes that I think definitely is going to be, like, it'll definitely play a part in Deltarune. It's time for a daily dose of water, open... I'm drinking water, don't worry. I'm even drinking it right now. Alright. I'll drink more, actually, just for good measure. Alright, yeah. Like, I think there's definitely something about, like, the theme of memories and remembering certain events and, like, or forgetting them, but, like, not forgetting the impact on them that they left on you. I think that's the kind of thing that's, like, weirdly... It's definitely more prominent in Hometown. Chris remembering more than everyone else in Hometown is, like, a really interesting concept, honestly. They feel like the kind of character that, like, does remember a lot of stuff that like, you know, they just don't really say it. Especially, like, you know, considering if they're, like, someone who feels more alienated or more like an outsider to the rest of the stuff in Hometown, like, I could see that being the case, honestly. Where it's like, you know, like, they kind of, maybe they feel like they're outside looking in some ways. Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting theme. I hope the game goes over it more, personally. I'm always really all for, like, kind of, like, going over that kind of stuff in games. And just, like, in media in general. Memory's a really fucking weird thing. And, like, anything that kind of explores that as it goes is really, like, enticing to me, personally. Alright. Memories, or the lack of them, seem to be a topic that is heavily related to gastric concepts and stuff happening in the world of Deltarune. I'm gonna probably ease up on, like, reading the comments out loud for now, since it's getting pretty late. But, you know, I'm still gonna give them a good... I'm still gonna read through them. 15. Alright. Let me put this on low battery mode, actually. My phone's pretty low. Alright. Okay. Memories of the lack of them seem to be a topic that's heavily related to gastric concepts. Yeah. I feel this for a connection to memories most strongly in the light world. Like some other people mentioned, there's this weird feeling that Hometown is off in some way. Like there's something heavy in this town's history hanging in the air that goes unspoken, but yet it can be slightly perceived. Like things aren't completely right somehow, but you can't put your finger on why. I do agree with that. Hometown has always, the light world in general has always had this kind of vibe of just like, feeling weird. Just like in general, like it feels really like it's normal, but it feels just off. Like, you know, there's something that like just kind of isn't really discussed and it's kind of unspoken, but that in the Woods reference, yeah. Yeah, like honestly, it's like a night in the woods kind of situation. For example, people hardly ever mention this could be out of sympathy and not wanting to bring the topic up too much with Chris since they were friends. The only people who mention her are just her family after all. Much anymore, but considering that it's a factor, you'd think they would feel more comfortable talking about it. That is also true, yeah. You know, like, considering how long it's been since Des even disappeared, like, the fact that it's still just so, like, not really discussed, and... yeah. Yeah, you would think they feel more comfortable or open talking about it, which, I mean, I guess they kinda do, but... Noelle especially still seems, like, super torn about the whole thing. Which makes me think that, like, maybe whatever it was that made Des disappear, it's like, you know, only Noelle saw it, and it's been just kind of stuck with her since. Or it's like she's repressed it in some way. But, like, she definitely knows something about it that most people probably don't. There's something up with the town that we don't know about yet? Yeah. No, I have the same feeling where it's like there's something about it, but it just feels off. It just something... I feel like there's like some secrets about the town itself, personally, that's, like, definitely waiting to be explored, in my opinion. Yeah, they couldn't remember the name of the special egg. Yeah, I should mention that. At the time of theory has any matter, maybe whoever is whatever's causing the time to happen, maybe they're not directly reversing the time, but rather recreating the time from scratch. It could be either the time loop or just not wanting to reopen old wounds. Like, towns are just kind of like that. There's a lot that just kind of goes unspoken in, like, small town environments, you know? It's like, you know, either you know it or you don't. If you don't know it, then you don't have to worry. If you know about it, then you don't have to talk about it. It just is what it is. Wait, did you add that fish at 43 or 4 next to the traffic light? Because that's the first time I've noticed it. I did add that fish. It is one of the patron secrets. Thank Jan for that. Ugh. Alright, ugh. Is Onyx's comment soon? I'm trying to see, like, where Onyx's comment is, because I know Onyx wants to... Oh yeah, it's, I think this is it? Yeah, it's right here. We're still a pretty decent ways in, so... yeah. Alright, I have so many thoughts right now, so I'll try to be concise. Have you watched Captain Hype's trilogy on Gaster? I have not. If you have the courage to read the subtitles for 2 hours, I'm absolutely certain you'll find a lot of things that tie in with your theory. I'm still amazed at how they managed to find a model that still almost works today, before deltarune was even a thing. And of course, it also shows that Toby is an absolute mastermind who planned anything else happening since 2015. It will happen until it's done with this game. Yeah, Wait, like, this talk reminds me that the only town at all near me used to be called Helltown. Holy shit, that is a hell of a name. No pun intended, but goddamn. But yeah, I haven't watched that. I might try to give that a watch at some point if I can. I think I shall, because I'm sort of getting worried about something outside of this. I need to rest, so good night. Good night, Molly, and Molly chat. I hope you rest well, Onyx. Have a good rest of your stream, yeah. I'm gonna try to get through, like, you know, plenty more if I can, because, you know, the power outage definitely has been kind of in a rush, but I'm trying to, you know, not in a rush, but, you know, trying to catch up with what I, with the time I lost. Okay, okay. Addressing the allegations against rlly, one obvious thing everyone seems to have missed is that the cutscene between Susie and Noelle can be skipped. Yeah, this was mentioned earlier. There was a way to keep the controller close, so they should have talked with rlly, and by the way, they're talking about anything other than what's happening in the cutscene is already interpretation. That is true, yeah, there is a chance maybe they're just talking about what's happening in the cutscene, but, I mean, who knows? We have no idea. It turns out because his videos are in French, yeah, it's like, it's a whole other thing. But I do want to check it out at some point for sure. The this doesn't mean we know everything about Rousey, but I'm tired of seeing everyone use the scene to explain that Chris and Rousey are secretly plotting something. I don't think they're plotting something, but I do think the fact that Rousey is talking to Chris off screen in general, like, away from the player's view is, like... It's notable. It's notable, and it might mean something, maybe. I don't know for sure, but it's just odd. I feel like it has to mean something, potentially, and it might culminate maybe, but it's just weird. Like, that's the thing to me, is like, it's just weird. I don't think they're plotting some, like, big scheme or whatever, but yeah. Right, more water. Okay, something about Sham dialogues. I don't think people understand the implications of what is said during the second Shadow Crystal dialogue. He says directly that he already knows who the secret boss of the next chapter will be. Everyone we had to explain without having a major impact on the way we see the stories of our wonderful cure because we literally see Chris opening the Dark Fountain. Yeah. It means that somehow Sham knew that Chris would open it in their own house. Maybe. I do think it's plausible, personally. I think it's very plausible. But this kind of delves into just, like, do Dark Worlds have a history before their creation? Before they are actually created by someone? Or is this, like, some kind of Last Thursday-ism shit? Like, that's the thing about it. That's, like, it's hard to tell. And honestly, I don't know about you, but, like, with everything that I have seen in Deltarune, I feel like Dark World history is one of the most terrifying goddamn things you can theorize about. It's a rabbit hole that, like, I'm scared to go down personally. It's just like, what the fuck does any of it mean? Like, it is weirdly complex when you try to make sense of, like, the logic behind it and, like, what the history is and, like, how time works in them. It's so weird, man. Yeah, that's just something to think about. Personal opinion about the Weird Route intendedness. Every part of the Weird Route is scripted, in my view, is not to be interpreted as a creepypasta or a glitch path, but on the contrary, as something willingly implemented that requires a precise sequence of actions to be achieved. You don't break the game and find your own path, you are allowed to walk on a thread you can fall off at every wrong step. It's not you under the truck or missing note, it's getting the true ending of FNAF 2 after breaking all the minigames. But I may be biased by the Stanley Parable, who knows. It is also true. Maybe there's like a Stanley Parable kind of thing to it where it's like, you just follow a very specific and like precise set of like paths and it kind of leads you into something that's like much more bizarre in that way. Personal theory, going through the weird route to prevent the player from finishing the game in one way or another. Maybe. Just maybe. I think there might be a little bit of both in it, you know? Like, there's a kind of creepypasta aspect of, like, or, like, urban myth, urban legend aspect of just kind of, like, I don't know about calling it urban legend, but it's, like, you know, this kind of, like a myth aspect of it, where it's, like, where it's, like, this super elaborate thing where it's, like, it's debatable if it even exists. Like, you know, I think of, like, shit, like, if Shadow the Colossus has, like, another secret Colossus that no one has found yet, and that kind of thing. And like, you know, that door that everyone was trying to open in the original version that, like, would not open no matter what, but people, like, swore there was some way to open it, and that there was more to the game. Like, I think of shit like that when I really think about, like, what the Weird Route is, personally. Like, not like a creepypasta, but it's just, like, weird, and it's super precise, and it's, like, the kind of thing where it's, like, where you try to explain it to someone, it's going to sound, like, debatable if you're even telling the truth or not. It's why people did not believe it even existed when it was first came out, because it was just like, what the fuck do you mean? It's like the kind of precise and really contrived series of steps that, like, you know, you usually hear from hoaxes. It's if Super Mario 64's personalization conspiracies were real, yeah. It's that kind of thing where it's just like, what do you mean? You know, like, most of the time this shit, that like, you just kind of pass it off, but like this one time it's true, and now it's like, whoa, maybe this actually means something. It kind of makes you completely like reconsider it, like the way you've looked at that kind of thing, you know? Finally, 153. Yeah, I'm aware. That's just how it's done with CSS. It's like a different style. So it's overridden if the HTML class name is dark. Yeah, and I learned that from experience now after doing the teasers for part 2. So I gotta go to bed. Well, I hope you rest well, Mark. Good night. Couldn't wait for this to release, and it was indeed well worth the wait. Thank you. OMG, I was waiting for part 2. This video was very cool, long also, and cool. Some very adorable avatar in this one too. Thank you. Alright. You mentioned in the final sequence of Chapter 2 how Chris opens the door, turns on the TV they unplugged last night. That third thing is what interests me most, because do we know Chris was just looking at her, or did they do something with her while she was asleep before activating the fountain? I don't know what that could possibly be, but if Susie wakes up and mentions that her inventory got messed with or dumped or something, we have an avenue as of who may have done that. Potentially, yeah. There is a chance maybe Chris did more, but I do doubt it personally. But who knows, maybe Chris did do something, but I feel like... I guess we'll just have to see in Chapter 3, but I do like that idea. There's a chance for that to be the case. And then 2, I have said it before in other places, but there's exactly one item in the entirety of Deltarune so far that can be accurately described as a shadow mantle. Yeah, the Black Cloak of the Spade King, as mentioned before in some other comments, or just one I think, but yeah, just straight up really flies from the king. It flies off seemingly on its own accord into the sky the moment the battle is effectively over. Is that cloak a sentient object? I mean, technically every Darkner is, but this cloak is a bit darker than the rest of them, isn't it? And ain't it? And it did what Smithton wanted to do in his Neo form, fly off into the sky, perhaps piercing the dark and exiting back into the light world entirely. Well, it could be reaching. It could have just went somewhere else in the dark world, but I get what you're coming from, yeah. Yeah. Maybe the Shadow Mantle is in some way a servant of or controlled by the Knight. Perhaps it was returning to its true master once the king failed to defend his fountain. Maybe. Yeah, it's really hard to tell what the hell the deal was with that cape, because it did kind of just, like, veer off somewhere. Weirdly. And if any of that is even slightly true, how the fuck does Chris get the stuff this in her inventory by Chapter 3? And will it require doing something in Chapter 3, or does it require learning something from Chapter 3, and then going back to Chapter 1 to actually capture it? It would be a massive step up from what the Shadow Crystals and Secret Bosses have already done with save files so far. Man, yeah. Especially if part of the solution is going to a specific save file to capture the mantle. I didn't even think of that, yeah. I do actually remember reading this a while ago when like the video was first coming out, and that is insane to think about. Like, the idea that basically, like... well, I mean, yeah, that like more or less, that like, you know, like maybe in Chapter 3 it'll teach us something to do in Chapter 1 to get the mantle, if that is the mantle, but yeah, that would be really cool. I really like that idea. That honestly is really cool, like retroactively doing something to alter something in Chapter 1, which is like, you know, we kind of just assume that's like, you know, the one fixed chapter, like there's nothing to it that like, you know, you can change really, aside from like, I don't know, doing the secret boss and a couple things in the light world. Yo, it dumps the Holy Cross slower on us and we go back and unlock Gaster. Yo. Man, if only. Probably not, since Chapter 1 can be data mined to shit, I suppose, but there is a chance that maybe, you know, like the change you can do to it is like, that'll be only implemented when like Chapter 3 and through 5 are ready, because like, you know, why would you have that in the game when it's not like able to be done yet? I don't know. But I do like the idea of like retroactively going to a previous chapter after doing a future one with like, you know, the context of like, hey, here's how to do this super specific thing that like, you know, you just straight up would not have been able to do otherwise, or you wouldn't have thought to do. It sounds quite as conceptually cool though, I suppose, yeah. No, I like it though. I do like this idea. Hey, you know, I think if it could work even if it was in the data to begin with, because it'd be the thing where it's like, oh, well, surely this is just cut content, and then later on you see that it actually wasn't cut content, it was just meant to be, like, you know, for way later, and they're just like, you know? So who knows, like, it might be the kind of, like, you know, it'll kind of build up, because it's like, oh shit, the cut content isn't actually cut content. I mean, it's like what happened with, like, that alternate, like, Neo fight in No Weird Route. People thought that was like, just a cut version of the fight, but nope. It fucking wasn't. So, it could be something like that, like, even then it would be hype as shit. This is an incredible theory analysis video. I love all the weird, wacky transitions, some bit of unexplained visual elements and memes circled throughout. It made for an entertaining watch. I swear I paused the video on something blue that flickered on the wall of Chris's bedroom somewhere. The freezer! Using a different save that maybe we unlock later, a wrong save? Maybe. Oh, the idea of, like, being able to use a save slot that, like, wasn't even yours to begin with. Like, you find a save slot that was just, like, lying around that's, like, all fucked up. Like, it's not, like, one of the 3 save slots, it's just, like, someone else's slot, just, like, in general, that you find. Oh, that would be so weird. That would be so fucking cool, too. I actually really like that idea. Goddamn. Whatever the cut content was couldn't be that relevant, though. A brief history of Harry Potter summarized? Oh, I can never. People speculate about cut content regardless. The placeholder of the gash moves down. Yeah, I got so many comments about that, especially. So I do get you there. You do have a fair point with that. I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be that revelatory, but, like, you know, I think it would be the thing where it's like, you know, you get the context behind it, and that kind of helps, like, really make sense of it, because it's like, oh shit, you know, like, it's not just, like, it would cement it as, like, actually having some meaning, and, like, you know, like, because cut content, when it's actually cut, it's just kind of, like, it's more debatable, like, whether it actually means something or not, or whether it's, like, just something that developers just decided wasn't really going to be canon at the end of the day. So, I don't know. Alright, at this point you've easily become my favorite deltarune theorist. 2 absolute bangers, and I can't wait for a 3rd. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, thank you. Okay, yeah, I did mention this. Part 3 is going to be 5 hours long. Yeah, no, I don't think I ever could. Are you answering stream chats too? I am actually. Oh yeah, I wanted to get your message actually, Colin. But do you think the capitalization change in the Garner Maker sequence has any significance? If you mean the thing where it's like your creation will now be discarded, I think so. I think it does signify that there's like another person that intervened in that scene, because here's my take on it, right? Because I know people are like, well, what if both of them are Gaster? What? Then, like, why would you do the capitalization change if both of them are Gaster? Like, could the all caps not have worked with that other bit, with, like, the bit being discarded? Like, if I were to type it out, like, let me type it. Fuck it. Let me type it, like, into fucking the termination monoweb. Let me type it so you can see what I mean. Okay, like, well, I need you to understand what I mean here, right? Like, tell me this doesn't work in all caps. Why would you need to, like, change to normal casing when this works perfectly fine in all caps, like, as Gaster? Like, that's the thing that gets me about it. Like, I'm typing out because I'm trying to, like, make sense of it here. It's just, like, if it is Gaster, why not just do it in all caps then, too? Because it's just, like, I think the clear casing in that, and in the Japanese translation, too, the thing is, like, I mean, from what I've heard, like, I mean, I mentioned in part 1, it's like the whole writing style changes in Japanese. It's like, if both of them are Gaster, then there's no reason to do, like, the change in casing. It feels very intentional. It's meant, I feel like the entire vibe is just, like, and I know people are gonna bring up, well, Sans does this in Undertale as well. That's because the difference is, if you fucking had this done in fucking Comic Sans, it's gonna look weird. But if it's just done in the normal determination font, then, like if let me find Comic Sans real quick. Like, of course this is gonna look silly as shit in Comic Sans, right? Of course. Of course you wouldn't protect that something like that in Comic Sans. Like, like if I were to type fucking like, what, you would take that seriously in Comic Sans? Like that's what I'm trying to say here. Is just like, I get it for Sans because because his whole thing is in Comic Sans, so to change it to the normal font, it makes sense because it's like. Because, like, the whole vibe there is that, you know, it's meant to be serious. Gaster is already serious. His text in general is very foreboding. It works very well, like, you know, like, to do, like, the bit that I mentioned earlier. That's at least what I think. Like, it's just, like, I don't know why you would change. You'd be dead where you stand. Right, yeah, it's you'd be dead. But you get what I mean. It's just, like, I feel like if both of them are Gaster, then, like, the change in casing is, like, useless. Why would you need to do that? It feels like it's meant to signify that there is another character that intervened. In my opinion, at least. I'm of the opinion that that's the case, because it's just like, why would you need to change the casing? It doesn't add up to me. It's just like, why? The font kind of changes, yeah, because like Gaster's thing is like, you know, it's like, it's the same font, but it's like, you know, caps, and also has like that glowing outline to it. Yeah, it has like a glow. Yeah, like, the typer value isn't good evidence, to be fair, because it's just used for serious moments in general, which is a fair point. But again, you could just use all caps for that if that was Gaster. That is simply what I'm saying. I just don't, like, in my opinion at least, because I feel like it could work just fine in all caps if that was Gaster. Like, unless if you want to go with, like, the theory of, like, I don't fucking know, maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe it's some past version of Gaster before the Shattering or some shit like that. I don't know. But like that's like even further assumption, because our only reference of how Gaster speaks is in all caps, so I'm going with the assumption that that's just how he talks. You know, like just you know, for the sake of accuracy here, because I don't want to assume that he has a whole other writing style before a certain point. I've only seen all caps or wingdings, which is in all caps, so it's like, unless you even want to talk about Redacted, I guess, but even then the canonicity of Redacted is kind of debatable if you think about it, so it's just like, I don't know. It's just weird. But personally, I think it has significance. I think it's meant to signify that there are two characters, like, at play in that level of, like, the meta-narrative, personally. But yeah. Yeah, I mentioned this in the corrections, I think, yeah, with the Chris getting, like, mad and, like, kicking it and shit. Hey, yo, I thought this was already up, but it must be some weird Mandola effect. Pog, though, waiting for this. Thank you. Oh my god. Love watching through this, enough that I watched it twice. Excited to see the third part to see how you theorize it all together. Thank you. I really appreciate it. My theory for this is less that it's another person and more that it's either Chris or instead the world reverting back to its neutral state, or natural state, hence the need for the control narrative. Potentially, yeah. We know Chris is adopted, so maybe if it's supposed to be implied that Chris and Susie have history before she even came to town, maybe she is too. Maybe, yeah. They could have been in an orphanage or foster placement together at some point. Yeah, if they do have history, that's the theory I often see, is that they were, like, at the same orphanage or something. Which, you know, I could definitely get behind that idea. I don't know, yeah, that's definitely a way to look at it if it's like, if they did have history before Hometown, but it's hard to tell currently. It's always great to see more perspective in the deltarune community, thank you so much. How are we doing now? 3 hours in, damn. We're getting pretty close to 5 hours. Like just, you know, collectively between both streams. Pretty sure that the line where Susie mentions hands after spammed a neophyte is referring to an onion spammed an attack. Right? Yeah, this is mentioned earlier. She didn't connect shit. I've connected them. True. Alright, I don't think they had past history considering that it was never mentioned by Susie. Yeah, it's never been mentioned. It's the kind of thing that you would have to assume. And so I kind of want to say that it's more so that, like, you know, they kind of interact the way they do because, you know, that's just bully dynamics, I guess. And, you know, Susie having her whole upbringing being rough and, you know, looking at Toriel and Chris's relationship and just being like, I wish I had that. That makes me mad. That makes me envious. I'm gonna bully Chris now. You know, so at least, you know, that's kind of what I think. But I think either way it could still work because we don't. It's early enough to where it's hard to really tell for sure. It's here, yay! It has indeed been here. I can't really express how good of a series this is. I thought I knew a lot about deltarune and whatnot, but now I feel like I didn't know anything, and all this was just a build-up for the true theory. Jesus Christ! I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. I'm really glad that it got people to learn like so much more stuff about the game. Genuinely, it means a ton. The amount of effort I went into this is epic. I absolutely love the Zoomer ADHD core shitpost transitions like in the intro. Thanks. You're welcome, and I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Thank you. This comes out right after I find your first video. Fuck yeah. Alright. How are we doing on the battery for this? Oh, it's 6%. I'm gonna have to turn off the VTuber. It's like, my phone's at like 6% now, so, I'll turn it off now, but we're still gonna be reading through them for a bit. Whoop. Whoop. Alright, and let me also clear the props from it. Clear all props. And I can close VC face now. Okay. The VTuber has fallen. Yeah, we're in those hours of the stream now where, like, you know, we're just going through them. So okay. Overall, great video. It shows how much stuff goes into Theory Crafting Chapter 2 because it took so long to get to the Snowgrave roots. Genuinely, it did. Fucking hell. This felt more like an encyclopedia about most of Chapter 2 with many theories going everywhere. This is on par with Part 1, but the beginning of Part 1 is still the best. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear it. Thank you. David time? David time? Do you want it to be David time? I can make it David time, sure. Sure, why not? David time. Fuck it. It's me. But yeah, alright. What's the current David time? I need to know. Today is October 30, 2023. And if you can believe it, it is unfortunately not a Friday. You hate to hear it. Yeah, I'm really glad to hear that, like, that people enjoyed both parts so much, and that it really does feel like more of like a good archive and like compilation of like everything that I found notable about like the meta narrative of the game so far. It genuinely does mean a lot to hear that. Thank you. You Toby Fox says, love the first one. I don't see a theory here. Oh, waiting for part 3. I want crazy device theory. Give crazy device theory, please. Someday I will. I promise. I will finish this series sooner or later. I've been really busy with a bunch of other stuff, but I do want to finish this series. For sure. Do you think that Twisted Sword has anything to do with this theory? I think I mentioned in the corrections, yeah, something about, like, I do want to acknowledge the Twisted Sword a little bit more. The most interesting part for me personally is the fact that it's possibly a boarded reroute exclusive item, yeah. Yeah, I remember mentioning this, yeah, it decreases the amount of trance, so how would that work on a meta standpoint? Right now, I don't know, frankly. I have to brainstorm on that. I think in part 3 I'll have a better idea of what to make of it, but... Or I don't even know what to make of it, potentially, who knows, but... Yeah, it is something that I've been thinking about for sure. Device theory, Alex? Oh god. That'd be funny, though. Maybe if, I don't know, if chapter 3 somehow comes out on its own before I'm finished with part 3, maybe I'll do something like that. What if it's some weird way of freeing Chris from our control, or worse, forcing them to be constantly weird about things, or making them into do? Increasing Noel's trance... Oh man, that would be fucked up, actually. That would be fucked up. Device theory opposing hypothesis. That goes hard as fuck. That goes really hard. I hope when they make Device Theory Part 3, someone uses that as a title to, like, completely tear Device Theory apart, like, limb to limb. That's a hard-ass title. I love that. I'm only going to take criticism of the theory if someone titles their, like, counter-argument video with that title. That's a fucking sick name. Lowering Chris's trance would force them to be aware of what's happening no matter how much they want not to be. It's so evil, but yeah, it's fucked up. But like, you know, forcing Chris to be aware of what we're doing, yeah. It's morbid, but I guess it kind of lines up with how, like, fucked up the weird route is in general. But I don't know, I have to think on it more. On, like, what the hell like, an aborted weird route would mean. Personally, it's really hard for me to tell. I feel like it could mean something, but it's like, I have to think on it more for part 3 for sure. That's one of those things I have to really kind of sit down and brainstorm it a little more. Alright, 2.5 hours of my life that I now get to spend. Let's go. For real, I'm genuinely extremely excited about this. Already watched the first videos twice. Thank you. Device Theory Decay, a lost media video where Molly has a guest on. That also goes hard. I like that. Alright. You're talking about the weird route in Deltarune as a whole, calling back to old video games is part of why I'm so excited for when chapters 2 to 5 get released. There's going to be so much hidden away, and I can't wait to go looking for it. I know. That's one of the things I'm so excited about for the next chapters, is just like getting to dig really deep into the whole thing. Just find all sorts of weird ass secrets. I hope the game is just full of it when the next chapters are ready. I feel like it will be potentially, but who knows. I just want more shit to explore in my favorite video games is all. But I'm really glad I could kind of evoke that feeling for sure. It's what I'm feeling a lot with, like, the next chapters especially. In defense of Rousey and Susie when talking about storage, I'm 99% sure it's both a player convenience thing and right, the trashy thing, right, I did mention this. 5 seconds later, I had literally no idea what story was until they brought it up here, so it's probably just polite game design. Right. Yeah, I did mention that in the corrections, so there's that. What's your favorite Undertale theory from ye olden days? I wasn't really super around for, like, you know, the before Deltarune, so I don't know. I actually don't have much experience, so I can't really, I wouldn't be able to tell for sure. It sounds like the kind of thing you could maybe ask, like, I don't know, Dorked or something. But I don't really know personally. It's out at last, indeed. My personal guess for what happened between Susie and Chris in Noel's post, Chris slightly mouth opened. A spider crawled out, Susie left. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Oh my god. Chris slightly mouth opened. A spider crawls out. That is sick. No, that would explain it. That would definitely fucking freak out Susie. Or, would it freak out Susie? I feel like if Susie was afraid of spiders, sure. But you know what? I feel like I don't know if that would be true specifically, because I think if Chris did do that, I think Susie would drop what she was doing and just be like, dude, that's fucking sick. That's the vibe I get. That's fucking awesome, though. That's a really funny, like, interpretation. Yes, it's just like, hey, can I have that? Like, payback for eating the apple or something, I don't know. My QR scanner isn't working. I did mention this on one of the other streams. I don't know why it wasn't working. It might have to do with the kind of camera you were using or what, but it's just odd. I can't really make sense of it. Finally got to Onyx's comment. I know Onyx wanted me to check it out, so they were talking a lot about getting to this comment. Have you heard of delta ending theory of Undertale? No relationship deltarune. I have not actually. I have no idea, but I'm curious what that means, honestly. Molly is now guy with sunglasses. My VTuber died, so I put David Lynch in the corner to make up for it. I was just like, wow, that's cool. I didn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. That's okay. I know the feeling. It happens. Right. Just finished it? Hell yeah, amazing video. I don't have as many thoughts on it to give through the comments as I did last video because I'm not good at putting my thoughts into words, but I'm so excited for the video on your actual device theory because these have been so good so far. Excited to hear your awesome theories. I literally am so insane about this game and your videos. I feel that obsession loads more. Thank you. Thank you, and you're welcome. I'm really glad to hear that, genuinely. These videos are for real so impressive and go so much deeper than the majority of Deltarune individual videos, specifically theory videos that I've seen, and I love it. Can't wait for part 3. I'm excited to work on it myself, honestly. I know it's September. I needed to definitely to take some time off, and October, you know, I've been busy with it, you know, doing stuff for the occasion and everything. And I mean, right now I'm working on a personal project aside from videos, but sooner or later I'm going to make a. I'm definitely gonna work on part 3 for sure. It'll be a process as I like refine the script and structure of it, but I'm gonna try to go as hard as I can with it for honestly. Okay. I guess my only note that I can think of is some link through the video you mentioned no Storgrave and any official advertising stuff. Yeah, there was the Spimpton Value Network and also like the line stickers and everything. There was stuff hinting at it. But, you know, again, like as I mentioned before, like retroactive foreshadowing, you'd only know it was a hint if you already knew what it was. Forgot to finish off the thought, maybe I was wrong because I tried looking through the SVN vid. Can I find anything? Either way, the point wouldn't matter because I agree with everything you said in the intermission bit. That's over for now. Maybe I will come back if I think of something. Do you think you'll ever have a Discord server of sorts? I do. I've had one since September. But yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that you enjoyed the video. It was a very small thing, but you're right. Alright. Basically, one of the items said to commemorate your life with this ring, and I connected it to something else. Huh. I do vaguely remember that, yeah. Huh. I do wonder what it could be connected to, though. I hadn't actually thought of that too much, personally. But yeah, I'm really glad that you enjoyed the video. I'm excited to work on part 3 eventually. It'll be a big one. I want to end it with a bang, personally. I just remembered it being as a bigger hint to it. Right, yeah. Commemorate your life. It could be that, potentially. Did you ever happen to interact with an Undertale fan comic called Insomnia? I have not, but that does sound interesting. And if you're enjoying it, maybe I would be open to giving it a look potentially. Delta ending theory was an old idea that there was a 4th ending of Undertale, one that would fulfill the prophecy in full. Since Napsterbook is neither killed nor bothers to leave the underground in whatever ending. Huh. That is true. Napsterbook ending, I guess. Alright. Have you seen Underplayer? I don't believe I have. In retrospect, maybe I do vaguely remember the Delta ending theory, because I do remember there being something about like, oh, but if there is another ending, and I do kind of remember something about it being like about the prophecy. Yeah, I don't know. That is a really interesting take. I vaguely remember it, maybe. Yeah, huh. I do wonder what that would have implied, like how else you could have fulfilled the prophecy further, or how you would have dealt with Napstablook then. Considering that, Bluky is a ghost, so I mean, what would you do then? Hands. Susie has said hands. That means she's Gaster or something. Gaster confirmed! Or you can, just use your hands. Yeah. The prophecy is fulfilled in Undertale in either the pacifist or genocide endings. Yeah, more or less, yeah. Or is the sticking point literally just Napstablook? I guess that's what I'm getting from Bootleg, is that the theory was basically just, well, Napstablook doesn't leave the underground, so is the prophecy fulfilled? Or does it not count because they're a ghost? I'm a ghost. Nice. No. You're so real for that, Davey. Alright. Okay. I think I'm going to be right back real quick for a bit more, and I'm gonna refill my water and go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna go through a few more. I do feel like I could probably end it pretty soon anyway. We're definitely past 4 hours now. So I'll be right back real quick to refill my water, just to have more to drink, and I'll go to the bathroom and I'll read for a few more, and I'll wrap it up soon. So yeah, stick around for a little bit if you wish. I won't be long. Be right back. Hello, hello, hello. I am now back with some water and a little bit more fresh for wrap before I soon wrap up the stream. But I'm still going to read through just a few more since I'm or maybe I should. No, I just got back. I'll read through some. But what are we all talking about here? Something about karma, Kroner. What? The topic seemed to veer to a lot of different subjects, it seemed. I got another odd theory for you, Molly. Shoot, I'm curious what it is. Look. I'm just so cozy in my blankie right now. Sitting in this chair. You got no idea how cozy I am right now. You have no idea how cozy I am right now. You have no idea. You have no idea. Based and cozy. I am cozier. You wanna fight about it? I have proof. What is the proof? There's this other fringe theory that deltarune will somehow connect to Undertale like bloody stop and swap when the game comes out. Oh my god, I think I remember something about this. Yeah, like if you open deltarune or you do something, or like if you do something in Undertale, then like deltarune will change something in Undertale that like wasn't that spitballed, and I don't know if that specifically was spitballed. But I do remember there being something about this, like in like the survey program days. There was like something about like if you like once the game is done, it's gonna change something in Undertale, like it's gonna make the redacted assets not redacted anymore, or some shit like that. Yeah, with like a bunch of DLC in it, or basically, more or less. A person-sized Peeps plush, that does sound very cozy. I have my blanket with me, and I currently also have my Blookie plush with me, so I'm also pretty cozy. They mainly say that the machine inside a secret room in Undertale or room water redacted are the things that are going to connect the games. Yeah, that too, yeah, like something about like the machine also changing. I remember this from like way back in the... I remember this in the survey program days, for sure. I do remember that much about it. I was there for that at least. Yeah, I remember, I feel like people don't talk about the machine so much now in Santa's room. You know, like, I remember people talked about it so much back then, but now I don't really see as much discussion about it. It's weird to think. I was, completely unrelated to anything. I was, debating if I should continue the stream because of the power outage and everything, and I was like, man, it's already, like, nearly 11, and I'm like, shit, like, you know, what if no one's even on? Like, you know, what if I just, like, you know, reschedule it and everything? I'm kind of glad I didn't reschedule. I was worried I was, like, you know, pushing myself a little bit too much with it, but I'm honestly kind of glad I didn't. These streams specifically are very, low pressure in such a way to where it's, like, the fact that I'm able to just talk with you guys is just, like, genuinely really chill for me. I'm trying my best to be cozy right now, but I'm struggling against the fact that my whole body is in pain because I went to the gym yesterday. Oh, yeah. I went to a trail recently. It was like sometime last week I went to a trail for some footage and other stuff. And it was a long trail too. It was like pretty long. It's like about like an hour and something just to go one way there, and you know, another hour to go the way back. It wasn't pretty okay until the near end, where it got really fucking steep. Yeah, and yeah, it was worth it though. The view was really worth it. But surprisingly, after all that walking the next few days, I didn't feel like I felt the soreness, but it wasn't like I thought my legs would be fucked. But like honestly, the soreness was like surprisingly not that bad. It was weird. I was like, what the fuck is like? Am I like becoming invincible? What's going on here? Especially because I hadn't been on the trail in so long. I can barely walk right now. It's fucked. Oh my god. take it easy then. Have like, I don't know, like a day to just like ease up unless today was that day, in which case, you know, that's good at least. But yeah, don't push yourself too hard with that stuff, because you know, it's good to definitely, you know, push yourself a little bit with that, but not too much. I haven't done like too much exercise of that sort in a while, but you know, it's nice to get that in when you can. I'll continue reading through these now. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention, like, I'm glad I didn't postpone this even further because of the power outage, because honestly, I feel like ending this stream I'm gonna be in a better mood overall than when I started this second one because of the outage. I was worried I was gonna be in like too much of a sour mood to do the rest of it, but I'm like, you know, fuck it. You know, these are relaxing streams to me, and so like being able to kind of do this and just like, you know, like just being able to do this, and you know, there's something weirdly kind of like uplifting mood-wise about it. Maybe it might be the feeling of like the fact that I'm getting through all these comments and like, you know, making good progress and like seeing what everyone has to say. That could be one thing for sure. Or maybe it's just the fact that, like, you know, it's very low pressure, and so it feels like kind of like a break away from everything else I'm doing, which is like a lot more taxing creatively. A lot more like, you know, focus in that sense. But we're here, it's just kind of like, you know, I am focusing, of course, but like, you know, I'm able to kind of like turn a bit of my brain off, because like I'm able to just kind of like focus on like talking to people and all that. It's nice. Long story short, it's nice. I literally finished watching your comment response streams the day this dropped and figured part 2 was a way off. I genuinely screamed when I saw this uploaded. Thank you. Again, I'm surprised I got it done as quick as I did myself. Honestly, it's insane. I don't know how I got it done in the time frame I did, but I'm glad I did ultimately. I'm ultimately glad that I did. I would be pretty excited to see if Deltarune explains all the Santa's Dream secret stuff and Susie things, because they are their own games, but that makes them defeat current direct connections odder. Yeah. I feel like it will. I feel like it'll at least, like, I don't know about the Susie thing, but I do think the Santa's Secret Room thing will have more added context, honestly, once, I think it'll have more, like, added context for sure once, oh shit, I forgot to add David back. Someone mentioned David Lynch in the... There's David again. I do think it'll at least like give some more context for Sans' lab, at the very least. Like, I'm curious what's up with that. I feel like we have to know what the machine is, or at least. Dracula Flow 3 fits Gaster scarily well. He acts like the snout. I agree. I'm glad you agree. Motherfucker was smoking Symbiotes. Call that shit darker than dark. That might be the hardest thing I've ever fucking written. Like, that might be the hardest thing I've ever typed. It's either that or She's Strange on My Thing. I don't know which one's better, but holy shit, I forgot I wrote that. The QR code? What do you mean? I think Susie's response to the storage thing is like, I got the expensive... Yep, I did mention that. I just watched part 1 yesterday for the first time. I was like, damn, I'd be able to look for part 2. What the fuck? Your work is freaking amazing. Expert quality. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay, Alright, okay. My own personal crackpot theory... Oh, hang on. I love your videos, I love your style of essaying. I hope part 3 is like 4 hours long. I don't know how I can make it that long. I mean, I know it's gonna be definitely long because I'm gonna be covering like everything and really making a proper like theory of it all, but it's just like... I don't see it being any longer than like roughly 2 hours, or like an hour 40. But it's gonna be a good fucking hour and 40. It's gonna be like an hour and 40 that I like especially want to come over and make sure it's as good as possible. That's like, I think, the vibe I want to go for it. My own personal crackpot theory for future events always had to do with Azrael's return from college. I always felt like, considering all the build-up about the childhood that he and Chris shared, as well as the previous emotional attachment Undertale's had, as a little good boy, it would be an amazingly tragic and gut-punching twist to come home and turn out to be, like, a complete jerk. A total a-hole who lords his many accomplishments compared to Chris's nothing over their head. The kind of guy to bully Chris about their humanity, how they're not really my brother. Perhaps when they were young kids, they got along a lot better together, but as they both grew up, their things got different. Why do I mention this? Why, it's simple. It elevates Chris's relationship with Susie. If they're used to being mistreated by someone with a lot of emotional baggage, then their willingness to stay around the purple punk is made a lot more weighty and sad in its own way. I think if that all were true, it would also lead credence to the idea that what Chris said that Fateful Day was a lot more nihilistic and self-deprecating, more along the do-it options line. Given Chris's disconnect from their own humanity, as well as seeming like a total outsider amongst monster kind, even though most monsters treat him okay enough, maybe their main struggle has been around just that, being the odd one out. Well, yeah, I think for sure there's definitely an element of that. Like, absolutely, I do agree that that's definitely like a part of it. Watching Azrael keep on achieving more and more in life from the sidelines, possibly being told by Azrael that they just don't fit in. Feeling stuck in a world that they don't seem to belong. With all this talk about deltarune being about escapism, I couldn't imagine a more fitting surrounding for a protagonist to want desperately to escape from. I do agree, you know, whether it's to the extent that Azrael's gonna be like a fucking jerk is debatable, because I feel like Chris does genuinely miss Azrael. I feel like if Azrael really was that kind of person, I get the feeling Chris misses Azrael is the thing. Watching your brother dating pizza pants would do untold damage to a teen's psyche. True. You just wouldn't be able to comprehend it at that point. It'd be too much. If like fucking teenager me fucking let that sink in, I don't know what it would do to me. I'm scared of what that would have done to me. I read that as like a fucking 20-year-old, and that's still like, I'm still thinking about it. Would have left an irreversible impact on me if I was any younger. Totally get that. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't think Azrael's gonna be like a joke, like a jerk, necessarily. But I do think that, I do definitely get the vibe of, like, you know, like, there might be some, and I think just some more complicated feelings there that they do have about Azrael, but they do miss Azrael, ultimately. I think when you're, like, away from, like, a sibling that you look up to like that, there's, like, a lot of weird feelings that kind of come up, where it's, like, you miss them, but you feel a certain way about, like, how, like, different you are from them, and just, like, all this stuff. And I don't know. It is something I think about a lot, though, which is, like, what is Azrael in this game even like? Like, how different is he from Undertale Azrael? Because we're dealing with, like, not only a whole other reality compared to Undertale, but also Azrael in Undertale was a kid, and now in Deltarune, you know, he's a college student, so it's like a young adult, pretty much, and that's definitely gonna be like, you know, like, I imagine there's gonna be definitely like differences in like how he acts in those points. So I don't know. It's a lot to think about, honestly. It makes me wonder what like could come up with that. Germa alert at 118, true. Right. I think I'll do a few more and then I'm gonna wrap up pretty soon. So I think I know roughly where I'm gonna end off. Maybe. I'll see. We got some hints of Az's personality and how much Toby seems to project on him, the religious ska and game development and whatnot. Yeah, that is true. There might be some bits of that to glean from it as well, honestly. But yeah, really interesting comment. You know, I definitely, I do align with some of this in that I think Chris definitely does feel like a genuine sense of wanting to like escape from their current reality for whatever reason. Whether it's because of Azrael or like just a general sense of like they don't fit in and they want to be in a reality where they do fit in. I don't know, but there is an element of that that I definitely like can align with and can like see as very clearly like important to the game and to the themes of it, and to Chris as a character. I want to know more about it. I'm just like excited to learn more about that personally. We had Germa alert. Mad respect for using cross-gen music. True, it's a very good game. Really good game. Gallery also means a platform or upper floor protruding from the back or side of a wall inside a church or hall, providing an overlooking extra space for people. I'm kind of looking at the first part of that definition, that being a platform or upper floor overlooking something in both chapters. You're on an upper platform. Yeah. For quick rules, search the gallery, the second edition, one you're saying. I'm gonna drink some more water real quick. Okay. They can also take into account the later part of the definition as well, meaning that it's not only balcony or upper floor, but that is projecting this encounter and lending its space to an audience, yeah. I guess gallery kind of applies to a lot of these, doesn't it? Because, you know, it's obviously, you know, the balcony or upper floor. And then there's the rogues gallery thing. And then there's the fact that, you know, it could be like, you know, it's lending its space to us, I guess, or like some force or the player, more or less. I guess there's a reason why, like, it just says gallery so broadly, because it kind of applies in a very broad sense, doesn't it? It's interesting to think about, yeah. Yeah, I think it could work either way, personally. I think there's a way that, like, most of those definitions can honestly apply. Like, I have nothing to say against it. Alright, finally got the opportunity to watch this, and god, the brain rights already swirling around in my skull like a fine mist. You and Andrew Cunningham's gastromotif analysis video kind of collectively reignited my Undertale deltarune brain watch from like 5 years ago, and it is so good to be back. Undertale was my first real fandom, so getting to experience this again with deltarune and its development and all the theory crafting and stuff is an awesome feeling. And speaking of getting to experience theory crafting in real time, gosh, this was absolutely worth the wait. You mentioned it in the video, but I appreciate how thorough you are with everything you take the time to cover. At least with the first two parts, it really feels like these videos are a great objective source of information for this aspect of the game, something that, as other people have mentioned, wasn't particularly delved into before your first video. On top of being the groundwork for your theory, they feel like resources on tons of interesting, obscure information that can be referred back to when coming up with ideas of your own. Hell, I had no idea about the secret menu and server program, and I played it when it came out. On top of that, I never really thought to think about Dilton's potential meta-narrative before your initial video, or what the pieces in place right now seem to be playing at or getting into, but now it's like all I can think about when it comes to this game. Man. Yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that I could do that for you. I've gotten some comments about people saying that, you know, like that I genuinely kind of like reignited their interest in the game. I like the rant sona you have for your... Well, it's not like a rant sona unless she has her arms crossed. I like that people call her rant sona though, it's very funny. I have fun drawing her, personally, yeah. I think one of the main things that, because I do want to work on like some smaller videos, is I do have to draw versions of her sprites, like her like emotes, like in the Rousey costume, so that'll be something I'll have to take like about a day to work on, maybe. That'll be interesting to do for sure. Molly, do you practice transcendental meditation, by the way? I don't. I think David Lynch does, but I don't. Maybe at some point if I'm old enough I will. You know, if I ever get into that. But yeah, thank you. I'm really glad that I could like reignite people's interest in the game, like just through my own like brain rot. I only practice non-transcendent meditation. I hate transcending, says Andrew. You're so real for that. feel like I should join a server or something if they're like or for other people interested in the theory crafting stuff, but I can't help but feel like I wouldn't have very much to contribute. Still though, even just being on YouTube and watching these sorts of videos and talking about it to my friends, it makes me so happy to see so many other people who find delving deep into what this game has to offer, theory and story-wise, as amazing as fascinating as I do. I think this concludes my spiel here. Thank you for all the time and effort you put into these videos. As many others before me have said, your dedication to quality over quantity has made these an absolute joy to watch this far. Thank you. Yeah, for sure, it was the highlight of my day coming home and knowing this would be in my notifications box. I really appreciate that, genuinely. I mean, I guess this wraps back around to, like, you know, what I said at the beginning of the fucking stream, where it's like, you know, I've already hit 10,000 subs, and I'm like at the point where, like, if I were to make something or like drop a new video, that it's like something people genuinely look forward to in their day, and it's like, you know, as someone who like has a lot of YouTubers who, like, you know, I have that same feeling with, it really means so much that I can like give that I can like be on the other end of that too, where it's like, you know, I can make something for people to look forward to watching and to more or less like brighten their day, or even like, you know, more than that for the people who are like, you know, rewatching them consistently. It means a ton. Just generally, thank you so much, and I'm excited to work on more stuff, genuinely. You know, I think here in general, you know, I will say this is the last comment that I'll read for this stream, because, you know, it's already been like what, definitely over 5 hours. Do you ever think of making videos on lynching and stuff? It would be fun to do at some point. I wouldn't be against it, maybe. But that's something, you know, that's like something to consider, but I don't know for sure yet. But yeah, I think, you know, I could leave off on this. Just kind of open up the discussion more about just like where things have been with the channel, because, like, you know, I'm at a point in the year where, like, I start to reflect a lot more on like how I've been doing with the channels, and, you know, just like in general how I've been and how far I've gone with my goals for the year, and just like reflecting on everything. And yeah, just thinking about how, like, I'll get some more water so I can talk a bit more like clearly, but it's like, that might be a little loud, but it's like, the kind of thing where, like, you know, I've been like reflecting a lot on like how I've been doing this year now that, like, you know, we're kind of nearing the last few months and weeks of it, and I mean, again, like I mentioned, like I hit 10,000 subs since the last stream, and like, you know, being able to hit that, it's made me realize how, like, I do more or less have like an actual like following and career more or less from it now, and it's like, I mean, the main thing is I just have to upload more and make more videos and, like, you know, just be more present and active and all that, but you know, it's like reading comments like this, and, you know, being able to know that I've already left such like an impact on people, and to be able to like just do something that people can enjoy, it genuinely means so much. Like, I think that's one of the things about it that I'm so like happy about, is that I was able to like do that, and that I'm able to kind of like provide that to people, because, like, I always just want to make something that people are going to enjoy more or less and be able to like connect to. I mean, ideally I want to make stuff like this that's like more personal, more like directly, but the fact I'm able to do that, like, even in something like just a deltarune theory video, is like, it means a ton. I'll be sure to tune in next stream since my comments are close to showing up. True, yeah. I'm still going to do more of these comment response streams. You know, I'm gonna wrap up soon, but I will do more of these still. Yeah, now that we're actually done, well, let me actually see how far in we are, just like relative to every comment that's been left on this video so far. Let's see how far in we are. I'll get some water in the meantime. Because I do want to know how far in we are currently, given just how many comments there are. We are far in through these, but let's see. We are currently about like here. We're currently roughly here. Still, where is that relative to the previous stream?
2 hours.
Like, if we were to look at it right now. It's hard to tell for sure, but I think pretty good, honestly, considering, you know, there was a power outage and everything. I think pretty good, and I mean, to be fair, like 40 minutes were spent on like the fucking pace spin comments, so definitely a good bit. There's still plenty more to go through, but I think we're making pretty good progress, honestly. You know, as usual, these are low pressure streams. I'm in like no rush here. Do you think your channel will become mostly deltarune, or will we see other topics commonly? I'm gonna cover other stuff eventually. It's just natural. Like, I'm gonna still do deltarune stuff for sure, but I think there's definitely gonna be other things I want to cover naturally, because I think that's kind of just how it goes. It's like creativity is very fluid, and like ideas are super fluid. So there's just like a bunch of stuff that you could Oh, Vivad added a comment to the video. I didn't know. Huh. I'll take a look at that after the stream. Hell yeah. Shout out to Vivat Veritas. But yeah, just to kind of get back to what I was saying, like, it genuinely just means a lot, honestly. And, you know, being able to, like, do so much for, like, to have people, like, enjoy stuff and to enjoy what I make, and to, like, just have, like, a better day thanks to, like, all the stuff I'm making. That's, like, the least I can do for y'all, and it means a lot, genuinely, you know, just to think of it. Being able to kind of share, like, the stuff that I've been, like, brain rotted over for who knows how long. It's just, like, being able to do that, and just, like, being able to also just, like, have fun with it and build a community off of it is, like, you know, I'm still processing it. And I started this year with, like, much, like, lower goals than I ended up actually pulling, but the fact that I was able to do it, and to the fact that, like, the fact that I was able to exceed that by so much more is just, like, I can't even fathom it. It's a lot to think about, you know, and I'm gonna make an update. I'm gonna say, like, aside from the 10k sub special and the shorter thing in part 3, I have a tradition of, like, every time at the end of this year, or, like, at the beginning of the next year, I tend to make, like, a your enthusiasm is contagious. I appreciate it, Andrew. But every like, I've been doing this thing since I started, like, actually doing, like, more personal stuff that's, like, you know, not for a project, where, like, at the end of a year or at the beginning of a year, I'll make, like, an update video. Basically, that's basically like, hey, here's how everything's going so far, here's, like, my state of mind currently, here's, like, what I want to do for the next year going forward, and my plans for, like, all my current projects. And I'd like to call it, it's like a Molly Direct. It's like a Nintendo Direct, but for Molly, is how I would describe it. And, you know, with a little bit of, like, maybe a bit of dumping about my, like, about some personal life stuff here and there. Not like outright venting about, like, super personal shit, but, like, you know, just like enough to get an idea of, like, where my head's been. And, you know, I'm starting to prepare to do that, because it's like, hey, because, like, especially as I'm like making the updates, they're reflective of my current skill in editing, so it's like, it's gonna take time to also make those. And yeah, I'm just thinking about how to even go about it, because, like, holy shit, I have so much I could say about this year, and just about, like, how the channel's been doing ever since I've started this series. I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like after I'm done with the device theory, frankly. It's gonna be fucking insane. Um, but yeah, like, I appreciate it, genuinely. I just appreciate it all. Like, I got, like deltarune, at least, it's like, it's been genuinely, just always have a next idea and you'll be fine. Yeah, I know myself, I'm always gonna have something I want to do. It'll take time, but I'll always have something I want to work on. But yeah. I think that's all I really want to say there. Just, it means a ton. And I think something about being able to leave my, like, impact on a community and just being able to, like, exist in those spaces, it means a ton. And I think with that I'll probably say, like, you know, I'm gonna be wrapping it pretty soon, but there's definitely gonna be more streams still. You know the deal. The whole idea with these streams is, like, I'm gonna keep going until either I'm ready to finish part 3 or like until I guess until I just finish the comments in general. So far it looks like I think it's gonna be more like the latter, but it's hard to tell currently. But yeah, genuinely, like, I also gotta talk a little bit more, but just like, I do want to work on part 3 soon, and I'm excited to. The main thing that's been keeping me from working on it is currently I want to work on a smaller video or two. I talk a bit with Andrew about it, at least, but I have a smaller video idea I want to do that'll be interesting, and just something for, you know, for the occasion. Even if it's gonna be past October, it's still gonna be like a spooky themed video, you know, for this occasion. And I do want to say it'll be like it'll be shorter, definitely, but it'll be definitely something that I think would be fun to cover. There might be 2, maybe, if I really want to, but it'll be just 1 for now, at least, that I want to do. And once I finish that, I'm going to probably also I'm going to probably, I think once I finish that and something else that I'm kind of trying to work on, I'm going to start working on part 3 and, like, really getting everything together for it. I opened up your stream a little late. I'm glad I caught your stream. Yeah, I went on a little later than usual because of the fucking power outage. So yeah, for the people who, like, you know, usually have to stay up later, you know, and, like, you know, for people who can't catch it earlier, more or less, you know, you definitely got to, like, see it go on for longer. Doing a couple small ones can draw a lot of attention to device theory retroactively. That's also true, yeah. There might be people who don't really know much about the series currently, so it's just good for, like, I think it's just good to upload more, generally. I want to upload more in general. And, make sure that I'm not, like, stuck to working on just, like, a huge, like, a Goliath-sized project constantly. Yeah, they're not the best at growing the channel. They're good for, like, pushing myself and, like, really making something that people can look at and be like, holy shit, but, I mean, the reality of it is that I'm gonna have to make, like, more, like, smaller videos going forward. I think, I mean, I think the plan is basically that I'm going to finish device theory, and I have other big video ideas I want to do for sure. But I do want to make some smaller ones as well. Hopefully of stuff that's more obscure. Stuff that, like, I can cover, that I can dig into, that it, like, will give me a lot of, like, interesting stuff to say that hasn't really been talked about before. I'd be cool listening to you make theories about paint by this point. Yeah, I mean, the shorter video isn't going to be a theory about deltarune, or even, like, a theory. It's going to be more in the analysis territory, but, you know, what you know me for, but, I will say that it's deltarune related. It's not about deltarune, like, the game itself, but, like, something adjacent to it that I want to cover, and I think it'll be fun. You ever think of making stream clips highlights? I've thought about it, but I don't know if I have the time currently. I feel like that's the kind of thing maybe I need to get, like, an editor for it, because it's just, like, I'm not even sure if I don't know if I had the time to, like, look through my own streams and, like, make clips of them. Like, I'm sure I could, but there's a lot of other shit I want to do as well. There'd be too many highlights. It'd be as long as the stream itself, obviously. There is never a dull moment in mollystars stream. Cool paint theory. If you have red and the green and you put those, and you could get yellow, I don't know, man. Take it with a grain of salt. It's just a theory. True? Could it be? No way. But yeah, there's that, and aside from working on the shorter video, I've also been doing a couple other things. I don't want to go too into it, but there are some things I'm very excited to eventually show off in the coming year. I think next year, after I finish device theory, especially, I want to I think once I finish device theory, my plan is, like, I'm still gonna have, like, just the backroom is follow-up I have to do. That's another thing. But my current plan is I want to try to do some shorter videos and try to, like, up the output in that regard. Especially because I want to work on smaller videos, because it would make it easier for me to work on something else I want to do, which I've gotten very invested in. I don't want to say much about it, but it's given me a lot to think on. And it's been on my brain a lot. Analysis of Gorbino's quest. Oh man, you're right. I totally should do that, actually. I need to hit up a friend about Gorbino's. I've heard nothing but good things about it. Nothing but good things about Gorbino. But yeah, it's been on my mind a lot, this specific thing. It's the kind of thing I can't really talk about, because I feel like the more I say about it, the more it kind of spoils the whole appeal, I guess, or one of them about it. But I've been making some active progress on, like, really getting the groundwork and everything ready for being able to work on it more, like, thoroughly. And all I can say is that I hope when it's done, it's gonna be a fucking weird one. And I just hope that when it's done, that people will enjoy it. I don't think it's gonna be, like, a big thing or whatever, but it's something that I want to do. It's a weird thing I want to do. And maybe someday I'll be able to talk about it, but for now it's simply hush. Only a few people know about it. But yeah, right, I think sometime this week I might do another stream. I wanted to do, like a special kind of Halloweenish stream. It's not gonna be on Halloween exactly, because I'm probably gonna want to just, like, chill out for that day. But I do want to do something for Halloween. Maybe, like, sometime this Friday. It'll be, like, on the 3rd, but let's just say it counts. It's on the same week, right? I want to do another gaming thing, probably. It probably will be something other than Voices of the Void. I haven't decided concretely yet what it'll be in. But I think it'll be, it could be anything. It could be a ton of things. It might be something like myhouse.wad, because I haven't played that. It might be Yuminiki Online stuff. Yuminiki Online might be fun for, like, a viewer engagement. Just, like, for viewers to, just pop in and play it with me. There's a bunch of other shit too. There's, like, a couple backrooms games I was interested in covering. I have a whole fucking... I wrote it in, like, a page in my fucking... I even played My House. Yeah, I want to play that myself at some point. I know I wrote it somewhere. But, yeah, Haunted PS1 demos was another thing I wanted to cover, potentially. So, I'm sure there's other ones, too, that I'm, like, forgetting, but there's a lot I want to cover, but I want to try to focus on, like, one thing at a time. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out when I want to do this Friday, if anything, but that's something I want to do, and I'm thinking the Friday after that will be the next comment response stream, and, we'll see how far we go that time. Hopefully without another fucking power outage. I would like to hear you read an SCP. I have news for you for part 3 then. I won't say much, but yeah. You know it's real when I have to imply that part 3 is gonna feature an SCP, or a reference to one. But I'm not gonna say more than that. But, interesting to wake up to this. Well, I'm actually wrapping up, so I imagine it's pretty surreal to wake up to the end of it, but, yeah. Or maybe you came here just in time, who knows? But yeah, I think the plan is, this Friday I'll do a gaming stream probably. I'll think of what it'll be. I'll decide probably within the next couple days, hopefully. And then the Friday after, comment response. Aside from that, I'm currently just kind of going all in on working on like this other thing and getting progress on that. So it's gonna be probably like a thorough like bouncing between the occasional stream and then doing the big thing, the big thing I want to do that isn't a video necessarily. So I think that'll be about the vibe for a while until I feel like satisfied with the state of that one. And once that's done, and once I can focus on oh, this video ended. But that's a good sign to probably call it soon, actually. But yeah, once that's done, I think after that, yeah, there's obviously the smaller video too. So I think right now I want to focus on like a mix of working on. It'll be a mix of the stream occasionally, and then working on like a smaller video, and also working on the bigger project. And then once that is done, it's gonna be part 3. I'm thinking November is gonna be like a month for me to just kind of focus on like the smaller video and a bunch of other shit. And then as I've hopefully towards the end of November, I'm gonna be probably like starting to get some stuff together for part 3. So yeah, I think that's like generally the plan. So yeah, thank you all for I will say though, thank you all for sticking around this late. I was really hoping I would be able to like just keep it usual, but I did not think that the power outage would happen. That was completely out of nowhere. But yeah, thank you all for sticking around for this stream. I really appreciate it. And this Friday probably gonna be like something like a game stream, and then next Friday is gonna be more comments probably. Thank you, Molly, for your projects. Molly must be stressful. Well, yeah, there's definitely a lot of work, but I'm excited to do more stuff. Honestly, I had to take a good break definitely, but I think the ball's gonna be rolling a bit more soon, and I'm excited to see what comes of it. Who knows? But yeah, thank you all for watching and for sticking around this late. I didn't know there'd be still like a decent amount of viewers like right at the end of it. 24 is not bad. For like 3 in the morning, honestly. 24 is pretty good. But yeah, I'll see you all soon. And thank you for watching, and thank you for hopping in. There's so many fucking comments, but I'm genuinely like I'm excited to get through more of them, honestly, and to see what people have to say. It's been genuinely really fun doing this as like a kind of like a slower investment compared to part 1 just being like a rush. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and thank you all for hopping in. And if you left a comment, especially, thank you for putting your thoughts in the video and like having stuff to say about it. It really means a ton. Thank you. And for the people that were like doing super chats in the first stream, I don't think they're here right now, but thank you for that as well, especially. It means a ton. And yeah, I'll see you soon, probably this Friday, if you are interested in something that isn't comment response streams. But or if that, then I'll see you next Friday. We'll see. But either way, thank you for watching, and I love y'all, and I'll catch you later. Bye bye.